Alright, let's see. Where were we here? This is like day 20 something, I think. We are super deep into this save. We are getting into the end game for sure. The very last thing we had done is we had set up this new trade room. We got this fancy new trade room where we can click a button and it'll close that door and pump out all the bad Vulcan air and then fill the room with oxygen and open this door so we can move in and out. So we've got an oxygenated trade room now for the traders that require some oxygenated space in order to do any sort of trading. Along with that, we moved the vending machine over here. We moved all the trade stuff just kind of into this new little expansion area, which is yet to be decorated. It looks gross. We got to make it look nicer. But all the functionalities here, and this is a nice program to have. We can now make more trading chambers if we want, and have them be oxygenated easily. This is getting filled by our room, which is just constantly generating air and just trying to puff up to 65 kilopascals. So we pumped it down to like 50, 49. It's already back up to 56. This is just filled by plants, basically. Plants converting CO2 into oxygen and then slowly filling the room up. Okay, let's try this. I'm gonna save. Are we good to open this door, or is it gonna depressurize too much? Let's find out. Push button should close doors. Vents should turn on to pump to vacuum. Okay. Now they're pumping out all the hot air. And then once they're done with that, this is the stage 2. They should pump in the oxygen that we have stored in our tank, or at least a chunk of it. Then open the door. We'll see. Okay, and what about trading? Can we bring in a person? Is there anyone we want here? The machine is on, low power. We need to bring in... Ooh, this guy's good, right? We haven't got this guy. All alloys seems good. Let's interrogate this guy. We need exactly the alloys, dude. So we hooked up the machine here to our shoot system. We can really easily just designate the trader as number 7 on the shoot tile, and then just send them whatever they'd want to buy for alloys. That's what I was thinking for generating money. The easiest thing to do is to sell them like processed alloys. These are worth a ton, and they're pretty trivial for us to create now. Or even just like the raw resources are now really easy to sell and worth a little bit more than if it was just like ore. Alright, so we'll interrogate this dude and bring this dude in, I think. See if we can get some money out of him. And for that, we also need to open this up again. So we're still waiting for this to finish. Okay, so it just finished pumping to vacuum. And then it put in some oxygen.
Low pressure.
Open the door.
Oxygen low.
It's like super low air in there.
Pressure critical.
Okay,
Low pressure.
so that's going to need a bit more air. Let's drain some air out of this room for a minute. Pull it down to like 50 is good. 50 is when the plants get mad. But we can lose a lot of air before we can't breathe.
Oxygen low.
Okay, this is probably good.
Oxygen
So we
low.
click the button. It's going to shut the door. It's going to pump the oxygen into the storage tanks until the room's at a vacuum. And then it's going to open those hangar doors. If everything is working correctly. Only tested the full cycle like once. Are you doing the thing? It looks like it. I see the oxygen vents going, door opens, back to stage idle. This guy can come in for a landing now. And then if we want, we could click the button so that we could move in and out freely and go trade with them. But I don't want to depressurize this room too much. Let's give it a minute. We just moved a bunch of air in there. We'll have to do that a few times probably before it's not going to be slurping air out of our hab every time we open and shut this giant airlock. What's up, guy? I see you. Hello. Let's see what he's got.
Oxygen critical.
What's going on in here? Nothing. Ah, this is the guy who wants ore. Come on, don't you want fancy stuff? I could easily feed you this. This is pretty easy money, but it's worth a lot more if it's been processed, I believe. Damn, alright. I gotta like memorize the exact one we're looking for. I think it's something to do with alloys. That guy was named Alloy. He did not want to buy alloys, he did sell alloys. Maybe a bigger alloy trader would be better? Maybe. Alright, so we need to keep an eye out for traders. And we'll keep trying to pump this room with air. Occasionally. Anything to see? Gas? No. Water? Gush? I mean, we could do this. I'm pretty sure this guy is just like gases and stuff. And 3x3 is the worst. So we could see what you got, but I don't think it's going to be good. Let's maybe try a different angle. Change the satellite dish, turn it up a little. And I almost want to make like a normal airlock right here for traders that don't have any sort of oxygen requirement. We can still just move freely in and out without having to go around. Might want to do that real quick. That's easy to do. Anyway, this guy has stuff we want. We're basically looking to do all the trading so that we can afford to buy nitrogen. We want to buy liquid nitrogen in particular. So this is a guy that would help us there. Gush dude is one to look out for, but we don't have any money right now. He's got nothing that we can sell to him. Okay. So I was thinking we want to keep an eye for traders, fill up that area with air, and probably start building like the nitrogen cooling section. I want to copy paste this design, more or less. Nothing new, nothing interesting. We can use the exact same design, and instead of evaporating the, what is that? The liquid pollutant. Instead of evaporating pollutant, we could evaporate nitrogen and just have like slightly different settings. But fundamentally the same design, doing the same job in the same way. So I think I want to try and set that up, and we can do it just to the side maybe, or even just like above. Could be fun. We can make it look like a tower of cooling. But we'll do liquid nitrogen cooling. Nitrogen cools to what? Let's take a look. The hottest it can be is, am I looking at the right thing? Nitrogen? Celsius. Whoops. The hottest it can be as a liquid is like -89, -90. So we can't get it to turn to liquid until we can hold it at -90, basically. If we look at the pollutant we're already cooling. We can just like set the dials for how cool we can go to. So the coolest it can go is like -93, -94, and then it goes solid. So we could cool it to this far, to -93. And then that will be the hot end of our nitrogen cooling. We'll condense to -92, or -90, -93 maybe, something like this. And then we'll dump that heat into the coolant of the liquid pollutant. And then that starts our chain here. If we can even get this hot of liquid nitrogen, we can evaporate it in a series of chambers in the exact same way to bring it down to whatever its lowest point is. So we can evaporate it all the way down to like negative 220 or something. This is going to be our supercoolant for cryogenics. And it might even make sense. This is like our supercoolant for the whole base. We could tie this to the nitrogen line and exchange heat and keep it at like negative 40 or something. And then have like a supercoolant line that we're using. But that might make more sense. I think like evaporating all the way down the chain actually increases the efficiency. So it'd be better to be using this as our coolant for everything. But that sounds fun. I want to do super duper cooling. Oh, we got a sub. Grafter BF for the Widgety Kitty. Thank you. I will feed him and love him. He's a good boy. I'm guessing BF means you've subbed for the Battlefield. Battlefield is fun. Hope you like New Game. Okay, but I want to do all this. That sounds fun. We'll need a series of chambers for that. So we just need to build some stuff. We need to build some reinforced walls. We need to build some insulated tanks, some pipes. But the hard part of this was figuring out the exact design that works and then getting the programming to work correctly and debugging all the weird stuff. So recreating this is going to be a lot easier, and especially when we have a gigantic auto mall where we could just like go farm some resources and then dump them in a tube and immediately have them delivered to the machines. It's going to be pretty easy to rip this out, I think. So I want to spend a little time making this. We're going to make a new version for nitrogen, and we're going to keep an eye out for making some money here from traders. And yeah, we'll just do that for a bit. That sounds good. I don't think that'll take very long. I need food. I'm dying. I'm super hungry. I'm going to stand in the corner for a minute. Got to run ads as well. Let me just heat up some food. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Let's build some things. What do we got for sale? Appliances, cuisine, alloys, meh. All meh. Change that a little, doesn't matter. I'm going to push the button. What happens if I'm going to save? I'm not going to save? My escape key doesn't work? Oh, really? What if I unplug my keyboard? There we go. I'm going to save in case something goes funny, but I think I'm just going to open this up. Let's see what happens if we totally let this room pressurize. Alright, I want to make a thing. We need some reinforced walls. I think I've got some of those. What do we got here? Cladding, 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 reinforced walls. There's some. We're going to need a bunch of these. That is the auto lathe. Reinforced walls. Probably need like 100. That's 10. Give me 100. Go. What are you going to need? Was it like Astroloy, which might be out of? No, it's requesting stuff. Something's coming through. We got pretty much everything except in canal. Are we out of steel already? No, what are you? Constantan. Okay. Oh, we can craft stuff if we need. And we can adjust this programming sometime soon. I wanted to pick away at this a little bit. We got a good start here. And I know how we can get it done. But we need to make a memory chip to teach it how to make all the various alloys and to check on them. We got the program more or less written for actually doing the checking. We just need to have a memory stack for what it's checking. So I should take a swing at that. If we get that done, then we've got all the info ready for what we need to auto-run the furnace. And we can also pipe those resources in. So that would be a step closer to full automation. Anyway, maybe I'll do a little of that today. Maybe not. I'm dropping things. I heard something. Let's go build some things.
Oxygen critical.
Pretty cool. That's a big room. And it's slurping up the air. Go plants, go. Okay, so we have our liquid cooling here for our pollution. This is a heat exchanger, which maybe we'll destroy, maybe we'll just leave. This is actually, this might be a hallway to some different vendors, was what I was thinking. And it might even make sense to have the hallway go this way and then even have like a couple vendors here. If we ever want to make a full, I don't know what to call it, a full trading setup to automate selling all the various resources. You could have one room for every resource you want to sell, basically. And then one generic utility one that you use for whatever custom jobs you want to do. Probably buying stuff. Like right now, buying nitrogen for a while, and then do whatever else we ever want to trade for. Anyway, just thinking of general layout here, where do we want to put this? It'd be fun if it was visible from the base, too. So putting it like right above might be fun. And I'm not sure we have enough room for that. We could do right above... I think I'm going to do above and behind a little bit. So we'll put it up like 2 blocks and then build the same thing so you can kind of see it stair step up. Sounds kind of fun. And this should be out of the way, more or less. Alright, so what does that look like? I think I want to do more or less the exact same setup. Let's give it a little bit of space. So this could be like the floor section. What does this even look like? It's got some deeper chambers that go down. And they alternate. Okay. So something like this. And then your chamber. Okay. Let's even just weld this in to get an idea. A better visualization of the shape here. This looks right. So I'm just gonna copy paste the pattern from that guy and then paint it black.
Hydration critical.
Alright, progress. Alright, how's that looking? Chamber, chamber, chamber. Okay.
Hunger caution.
Alright, I think that seems right. Looks like the general right shape. Welder where? Welder where? Welder where? Welder there? Welder where? Where do you go? Why? Okay. Okay, is that all the chambers? Looking good. So this is the general footprint. The chambers for the air are up above this floorboard here. These are chambers for liquid. So I'll have the liquid nitrogen go in these little chambers. It can't go up. If it goes up, it busts out through these walls. It'll break these walls. So it has to have a little pool. But anyway, this is where the nitrogen will liquefy. It'll pool up, and then when it reaches about here, we have a vent to allow the water to be collected and pulled up into storage. So got the footprint more or less set up here. Let's see, now we want to do some of the reinforced walls would be good. What are these going to look like? Should be somewhere like this. Are these two wide or 3 wide? 1, 2, 3. And the pool's right in the beginning, correct? Yeah, right in the beginning. Okay.
Jetpack low.
Okay, just getting the basic dimensions down.
Jetpack critical.
Seems good. Dude's getting breathy. Alright, breathy dude. Let's get you some air.
Jetpack critical.
Yes, I know.
Oxygen low.
Uh-oh. How's you breathing? 38. 38 and making noise but not dying. So the plants are a little unhappy, but they'll fill up the space with air. Just give them a little time. Let's see, we might want to shut that. Stop leaking air.
Oxygen critical.
Oh yeah, oxygen's getting pretty low. We got the red debuff. Are we losing health? Or are we gaining health? Am I just gonna die? Might want to wear this for a minute.
Oxygen critical.
Okay, we got a huge amount of reinforced walls. Good. That's probably more than enough. We need bunker doors. You can actually... I think that's enough. Let's go ahead and cancel. What about bunker doors? Do you make bunker doors? No? Who makes bunker doors? You make bunker doors? Hangar door? No. I thought it was you. Blast door. Okay. How many of these do we need? We're gonna need 1 for each chamber. And then we're gonna need 2 for an airlock. I think there's 5 chambers, so that's 7. Give me 7 of these. Go. How we doing? Air's at 40-ish. Not great. What about trade? Anything interesting to trade? Build Inc. maybe? Cosmo Crop Connect. I feel like this is not anything interesting, but might as well. Let's see what this person's got. I remember the appliances is like the worst person. They're the microwave vendor. That's taking too long. I'll come back to you. Okay, so that is the like the main tank area. It's gonna have a floor, but it's not going to have a floor in the very back section. That's gonna be bunker doors, so that we can break into these chambers when something goes wrong, which is something we definitely need to plan for, and will likely have to deal with, even if we're copying a previous design. Should make it easier, but I doubt it'll be perfect right off the bat. So we need to design this thing to be opened up. And along with that, this one needs to be a little different, where we don't want to lose any of the gas. If we open up a chamber, then we don't want to just dump that nitrogen into the world. Nitrogen is expensive. We're having to just like purchase it. And this is going to be a closed system, where we don't actually spend any nitrogen ever. The nitrogen that evaporates and turns into gas will get pumped left and left and left and left, and then it'll get condensed back into a liquid, and we'll dump that heat into here. So the nitrogen just loops forever and uses its evaporation to cool stuff off. So this is a closed system. We have to fill it once, and we don't want to lose any of that nitrogen when we're going in. So it's going to need an airlock and a bunch of bunker doors. Hello, what's up, Captain Planets? How's your project? Are you doing the thing? Did you defeat the capitalism yet? Have you beat capitalism? I hope so. No? Whoa. Come on, dude. What if I said I believe in you? RimWorld game. RimWorld games are fun. Let me know when I can play RimWorld game. Okay, so we're still a few short. And those all need to be filled in. But I got the general frame, and we'll do an airlock right here with 2 bunker doors and some vents. And I don't know if we'll even program it. I think I'll just manually use it, because we should pretty much never have to use it. We'll use it a handful of times. but we don't need to go through the effort of writing assembly code for it. And the normal airlock code will be a little different, I think. We'll see. Anyway, what else can we do here? This needs plastic, I think. Let's just do whatever we can before we move. Let's see what we need to make. Yeah, you code shit in this game. You want to see my laptop? Can I pull up my work laptop? You want to look at my code? Let me show you my GitHub. Let me show you what I've done. It's one of my favorite things about this game. This is a programming simulator. You use assembly to program your base. And assembly is amazing for doing general problem solving. It's the perfect tool. I'll go over some stuff in a minute. Let me get rid of all these resources first and figure out what we need to build. We need plastic sheets and we need the fancy glass, I think. Mostly. We need some more reinforced walls, but already this whole thing is like fleshed out in just minutes. Let's see. I bet you'd like this one. This is a very nerdy game. So this is like pure systems and engineering. That's like all your goals and your entire opponent. It's just physics and how do I not die. And being a god of physics and making rockets and going to space. So you start on like a planet where you gotta survive. You just crash land. You need to build whatever you need to build to stay alive. It is important to have shelter. You need to be able to like take off your spacesuit and manage your spacesuit, replace the oxygen tanks and that sort of thing, exhaust your waste gas, replace your filters. You need to be able to eat and drink in a habitable room. So just like in the beginning of the game, it's just scrambling for like, how do I get any sort of shelter? How do I not get killed by the environment? This world, the coldest it gets is 130 C, 128 C, and it gets up to like 1400 C during the day. So the heat is very problematic and a very big opponent and challenge. And there's ones that are like super frozen and stuff too. So that's a fun game. But anyway, you gotta scramble for shelter. And you gotta produce the things you need to stay alive, which is basically food and water and oxygen. And then there's all sorts of more stuff you can do. We're really deep into the game. We're way beyond that. We're doing all sorts of stuff. So you do a lot of coding in the game. For doing everything, basically, is coding. They give you a little laptop with a built-in IDE. And you write assembly code to solve all your problems. So, for instance, last session, I probably spent... This only took like half an hour. But I spent a good chunk of time coding this 80-line assembly code, which is just different stages for our hangar airlock, where we're interacting with traders over here. So that this programs all the logic for how to handle this button. When we click this button, it walks through various stages for like pumping this thing to vacuum and breathing in or bringing in oxygen and that sort of thing, opening this door at the right time. That's just like one example, but literally anything you'd ever want to do, you can basically write code for it. The first code we did on the first day is code for the solar panels to track the vertical and horizontal position of the sun, and then just apply that to the vertical and horizontal position of the solar panels so that they perfectly track the sky and give full power usage. So a bunch of stuff. Or like the airlock we go through here is something that's been programmed. So there's a pressure pad you step on, and then it triggers the right movement of air so that we can just like walk through here without thinking about anything or accidentally turning on the wrong vent or letting bad air in or whatever. I think the biggest thing that we've done in this save as far as programming goes, and this is one of my most recent projects. It took like days. It's like the automation of the factories here. You can tell it how many of a thing you want to build. I could say make me 2 or 202 of whatever. It'll make the things. And if it needs things, it'll send off a signal saying I need things, which gets picked up by a brain over here. which will control the chutes to point to the correct device and then dispense the things that it needs into the chutes to feed the device. So it'll just like auto-fill all these machines, and they'll craft as much as they're supposed to craft. The next step being training these machines to know when they need to get filled, these things in particular. We'll send off a request to like the furnace to craft an advanced material automatically, and then that re-enters the system and joins them all. It's a crazy game, and it's programming's like a huge chunk of it. If you can get into that, it's extremely valuable. It's like my favorite portion of this game, is all the programming bits. So yeah, if you're one of those programming nerds and you like video games, oh boy, I got a game for you. It's super cool. It's very fun. Alright, what do we got? All the blast doors. We got some reinforced walls too. I think I put them in a container somewhere. No, they're right here. Just grabbing stuff. What else do we need? We're gonna need some big vents. We got those. I remember we needed like plastic and the reinforced glass. These guys. Give me like 100 of these guys. And we might need to make some advanced materials soon. The mall's running out of some stuff. It's running out of a lot of stuff. But let's go make things. What about any more plastic sheets on the wall or anything? No? We good? Plastic sheets? Plastic sheets. Oh yeah, here we go.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, and I forgot, I gotta eat food or I die. My food's just sitting in the microwave. And ads are gonna force themselves upon us in the next 30 seconds. So that's probably a good time to go grab some food. Let me just give you a beautiful view. And I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, food is good. Back to making the things. Dairy is good. Cheese is good. The cheese is the best part. The soup is pretty much just a delivery system for cheese. That's why I eat it. Okay, just building whatever we can. And getting some good progress here. Let's see, are we missing any? These? Still missing a couple. I think that's all of them. At least got all the basic pieces in. Still need to complete a lot of them. Alright, what about the bunker doors? Blast door. Blast door go here. These will always be manually controlled, just like use a crowbar. Should be going in them super rarely. Or blast doors. These ones may be airlock code. I thought about it for all of 2 seconds, and I think it's literally one line of code change to the airlock code to be able to target these doors correctly. So I might do that. There we go. Okay. What is my sleep schedule? It's super messed up right now. I'm waking up at like 1 a.m. which is too early. It's so early it's late? Sort of? I'm not sure what's happening. But I play a lot of Battlefield, and right now I'm a spaceman. Spaceman life's pretty good. It's a peaceful life being a spaceman. Just a peaceful potato farmer. Alright, blast doors, and just building everything out of super pressure resistant material. Bunch of reinforced windows, blast doors instead of normal doors. Making sure that none of this is going to break. Even though I think our pressures are going to be a lot lower. What does nitrogen do? Are we looking at nitrogen? We are. It'll still get up to like 5 megapascals. It's going to be high pressure. But the bottom end is super low, like absurdly low. Like I'm concerned, is this going to need a bunch of fans to work or something? 12, 10 kilopascals. It's like almost vacuum for maximum cooling. That seems off. I'm not sure. Anyway. Looks good. Look at that. We gotta start going. One thing we can already do. This needs to be black to match the nitrogen. It is weird. Why are you awake? I guess it's pretty normal time by now. I take that back. It's reasonable for you to be awake. Captain Planets, are you streaming Battlefield? Are you playing Battlefield? Are you just busy working all the time? Work. Are you too much of a Linux user for Battlefield? Is your computer for serious business only? No fun. No fun allowed. You have an extremely normal sleep schedule? I feel like that's weird. Too much of a Linux user. You'd love to play Battlefield, but you just can't because Linux. It's fun. Do recommend. I bet you'd have fun. No little bird, though. Alright, how we doing? Everything's black now? That's pretty cool. Ooh, that is pretty cool. Oops. Missed a spot.
Jetpack low.
Hoey 4. What is Hoey?
Jetpack critical. Oxygen low.
Parts of iron. Okay. I think that reminds me of Stellaris. Did they do Stellaris? I remember that being fun. Alright, Potato Man, I got your potato. No need for the heavy breathing. You're okay. Eat that potato. Delicious. Drink some water. Potato Man. How are things going in here? We pumped too much air into this room. Not a huge deal. We're down to 47, which I think makes the plants sad. Let's go look at the plants. How you doing, plants? Are you sad? Don't be sad. Oh, I missed a spot. We gotta multiply them. They're not sad here because the pressure's higher.
Oxygen low.
Plants are good. Work, work.
Oxygen low.
Oxygen low. Are you sure? Where's my tool? Where is my white notepad? It should be in here, and I see no notepads in there, so that's not great. You should be there. Where's the other notepad? There's a red one floating around somewhere. The series of color-coded backpacks is not the best tool for inventory management. I'm doing the best with what I got right now. Alright, I'm gonna give up on that one. I was looking at this. What does our air look like? So hard to see with this FOV. 51 moles of oxygen. It's right about 50, 49 kilopascals. Where'd that red notepad go? Do I care? I don't know if I care. How you doing? You did the thing? You made 100 things? You did. Make me 200 things. Okay. We can go place those. I think I might need to farm a little bit of stuff soon.
Oxygen critical.
These devs are the devs, the ones who made Stationeers, are the devs who are making Kitten Space Agency. If you haven't looked into that yet. So these are the same devs. For all your Kerbal stuff in the future, hopefully. Hopefully they kill it. Please kill it. I love Kerbal Space Program so much. Please give me a good Kerbal Space Program to play, please. KSP so good. Oh, I forgot to check the vendors too. I should be looking at those like constantly. Maybe even writing a program to look for specific vendors. I think you can like ID them. We might figure out who's the dudes we're looking for. There's gonna be like one that we sell to and one that we buy from. There's nothing else we really care about. And that's probably generally the case, that there's gonna be like one thing we're looking for. It'd be nice to just be able to set that as a value. That's an interesting idea. Might want to do some different programming for the trade stuff. Make it start thinking a little bit more. Alright, but for now, we're just making progress here. Reinforced walls are coming along. Looks like we had all the mats to at least get like the shell of this thing done. Alright, is that it? At least the bottom portion seems to be done. Still some walls missing plastic and stuff. Getting close. Alright, I think I need to farm a little. I think we're low on mats. We need to make things. What do we need? Where's that red notebook I was just looking for? I need it.
Oxygen low. Oxygen low.
Put some stuff away. Where do chutes go? This one, this one, this one. Sure. Alright, where is that notepad? There it is. Got him. Okay, this is the config one. This shows us the counts of stuff. We got 10 coal. That's not a ton. We have 1 iron. So we need iron. We need silicon, cobalt. Never these two. Okay, iron, silicon, cobalt. Mostly. Alright, iron, silicon, cobalt. Eat and drink. Make sure the suit's good. Throw on the mining equipment, which means the nerd goggles that let us see stuff. Here we go. There's one bag. I'm in the earth, stealing her rocks. I'm gonna eat her minerals. You turn them into things. It's the human way. We're out in the wild, zooming around through the ground with X-ray goggles, looking for a couple resources in particular. Fill up some bags, take them home, throw them into the processing system, and then they will become things we need. This does feel like a dragon lair. There should be dragons on this map. I should have a dragon mount. Think about it, Dice. Dice, please. Alright, we don't need to get infinite mats here. Like, fill up all the bags. We're getting some extra already. I think a little more silicon. We've gotten 0 cobalt as well. And I think we're going to need that pretty quick here to make a couple of the advanced recipes. Looks like we're out of some more fancy alloys. That makes me want to teach the auto furnace how to craft. This is machine work. The robot should be doing this right now. I got better things to click on. I gotta teach robots to do this. I think there's like a Wally bot we can program that goes out and farms stuff by hand. Maybe we need a Wally bot in addition to like deep mining and rockets and whatnot. Might have to teach Wally how to go get ore. Is it still allowed? Are you still allowed to say that? Upsets the robots. The internet's mostly robots now. You don't want to upset them. I'm probably a robot. I keep saying it. Okay, I think we've got everything we need except cobalt. I haven't got like any cobalt. And I remember we were totally out of cobalt. I'm also sure we're gonna blow through a bunch of silicon. So I'm grabbing a little bit extra of that. It's like a whole stack for a single tank. But what about cobalt? Show me the purple. Purple where? Why can you just fly through rock? Because I got a crazy powerful miner. And I can drill in a straight line. I pretty much always run the X-ray goggles, and you just destroy the world while you eat it. This is like the upgraded equipment. This is as good as it gets for hand mining. As far as I know, I think they have like explosive tools you can use. Maybe we should be using those. This is about as easy as farming gets until you can get your own automated production, which we have a bit of. We have 2 resources fully automated. Got infinite silver and gold gold's particularly a pain, so that's a nice one to have automated. But most resources we don't have infinite supply yet. Gotta go grab them by hand. And then we have the productions handled well, so we don't have to deal with processing it. That's good. Still gotta farm though. Doing a big farm now and probably buying like hours of playtime. Go do other things. Alright, we still have got like 0 cobalt. And I'm on to the last bag. Where cobalt? Where do I live? I feel like I'm gonna go in lava. Let's save real quick. Goodbye, my friend. You have a nice day. Thanks for saying hello. Good luck on the project. Let me know when I can play New RimWorld. You should call it New RimWorld. That's a good name.
Jetpack low.
This looks good. Let's grab this patch and then call it good and get out of here.
Jetpack critical. Jetpack low.
Oh no, I didn't fill the jetpack? Oh my god. That's amazing. I swapped it out sometime and forgot to refill it. This is why I have the emergency jetpack. Alright, it's gonna be a bit of a walk. 400 meters that way. Interesting. Here we go. Let's see if we can pull it off. I hope we didn't go over a gigantic lake of lava to get here. That would be inconvenient. You look inconvenient. Don't cook me. I'm easily cooked. So hours without a jetpack. Alright, any lava? Nope. Looks good. I like how big the base is getting. Ooh, front door. We did it. Oh, not yet. Time to drop off all of the mining belts. Throw them into the system. Alright, fill jetpack. And then
Jetpack
fill
low.
replacement. Manage suit. Let's look for vendors. And all of that ore is now getting processed and smelted and sorted. Will end up in our mall. We can put that to use. There's up to 51 again. Still lowish. Any vendors? I feel like this one's good. Let's bring this one in. I forgot. There was one I was going to bring in that I just left and forgot about. That's okay.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, what you got for sale? Would you like to buy some stuff? Ideally, you're buying like steel and ingots and ores. You want water, which we actually could almost do. If we started selling water, that might be valuable. You want food. You sell nothing interesting. Okay. Goodbye, that guy. Nothing else here I want, I don't think. Could change the angle. Could just wait for another day. Probably just gonna wait a bit. Alright, well that's all good. Nothing to trade. Just got a whole lot of farming done. The mall fills. We need to make some things. What are we missing? We should make sure we at least have stuff in everything, because that's getting used. This is all gone because a machine wanted it, and they probably want something else. So we can start with the ones that are completely empty and build whatever we're missing. It only takes a minute. What's going on here? How are we on steel and stuff? Steel's at 14. We could debatably make more steel. We fly through steel. Let's start with steel. I think we've got ads here. Interrupting ads. Stand in the corner. I'm going to take a bite of food and run ads, and then we'll do some crafting. Alright. Steel. Steel is 15 of these, and 5 of these. We want that to go into the furnace, which is number 1. Set to 1. Shoot changes to furnace. One, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That all pipes in and starts furnacing. We'll relieve control so that machines can request them if they need anything for crafting. Do we need to craft anything? All of this in general is for that guy. We needed some plastic sheets. We made a ton of those. And then that's the general frame is completely done at that point. It's going to need all sorts of pipes. It's going to need some storage containers for gas and for liquid. It's going to need vents. It's going to need an airlock. It's going to need a few things. I'm thinking none of that sounds particularly special or like anything we don't have on us already. Taking a quick look, but I see lots of everything except perhaps liquid storage. Looks low. Yeah. And what about vents? We need more powered vents. Okay, so let's start with powered vents. Give me like 10 of these. Go. Alright, and what's going on over here? You melty? Getting cold. Exhaust all the gas. Add some of our hot gas. Oh, are you active? Uh-oh. That's not good. That might mess something up. We'll see. Hopefully it goes to 100. Or sorry, 1,000 I mean. If it goes to 950. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What do you need? I'm guessing... I'm gonna save, but I'm like 90% sure it's gonna be you. Alright, we go to 1. We send you. Go to 0. That goes through. Activate switch says... that was correct. So the very first iron that went through got melted, became iron, went through, then coal went through, and after that it couldn't make a recipe until the very end. Flip that off so it doesn't try and craft whenever it can. Alright. That guy's requesting stuff. Cool. How's the Electrum? We should make Electrum. Electrum is free. We have an infinite supply of gold and silver. Oh, I guess we have 18. We're pretty okay. I feel like doing it anyway. Why not? Gold and silver are both full. Let's make Electrum. It only takes a second. Set it to 1. And we say 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, 7, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 10, 10. That all goes into the furnace. Don't need that. Alright, and if I remember right, Electrum's just like a specific pressure, so we'll just let that melt for a minute. We got our vents, that's a big part of it. Do we have our active, passive vents, whatever we do? We've got these, okay. I'm gonna get rid of these, I don't think we're gonna use them very much. So we've got the vents for the airlock. We've got the passive vents for letting all that air out. We've got IC chips and programming if we want to do some code on the airlock. I think I'm probably going to do code on the airlock. I think let's do that. I thought about it, and we can reuse our existing code without any sort of problem. So I think I'll do that. What are you doing? You're currently locked, asking for sheets. You need silicon. We have silicon. You should be requesting silicon. If I turn you off, and then I turn you on again. You have silicon. Why wasn't it running? I don't know how this would have stopped at 14.5. That's like 30 more plastic sheets to build. Anyway, give me 100 plastic sheets. Let's see if you can correctly request materials, or if you got something funny going on. New bug? Maybe. We'll see. Alright, so we have everything we need for an airlock except for a pressure pad. What is it, plate? Yeah. Trigger plate. Give me 1 trigger plate. What happens when you run out of silicon? Are you going to correctly request more, or are you going to do something funny? How did you stop at 14.5? That does not make sense. You need silicon. You should request silicon. That should go to you. Don't know what's going wrong there. Yeah, we'll see. One bug at a time. We've worked out a lot of bugs already. Things are working pretty well. Alright, what do we need? Anything really? I think we might need a couple more electric parts. Give me like 40 of these. How is our Electrum? Cold. Get rid of the cold gas. Add hot gas. Melting resumes. We can activate. And this is looking for basically any temperature above 320, which is nothing. And a specific pressure, 800 to 2400. So we'll do output dial 1. It'll slowly bleed gas while the activate switch is pressed. And that will eventually do the thing. What else do we need? I wanted one of these to put in here, just to clean the air a little. Our air is like almost perfect with a tiny bit of steam. I accidentally let a little water in the room. Get rid of that, get rid of the pollution maybe. Feed to the scrubber. What about trading? Any tradey things going on? What you got for me? Ore Oasis. Ooh. So this one seems fun. This one is also... oh, it requires a huge amount of energy. That's awesome. This one is also requiring an oxygenated room. So this is our first, like, real use case for having all this jazz. Let's do it. I'm gonna save. Let's crank the power. Is that gonna work now? 2,000 out of 3,000. How about now? 3,000 out of 3,500. Oh my god. I'm gonna turn it to 9, but I'm stressing. Oh my god. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm misreading. So, it is almost entirely missing. We're doing 45 kilowatts of drain right now. We have 4,000 hitting the target. We need 7,000. Okay, so we need to adjust the angle. We're 26 degrees off. Let's go left. 26 goes to what? '26 is really close too. I think this guy's no good. But we can bring him in like a second, so I might do that. What did 26 go to? 27. It got worse. Let's go right one. And call this guy in just cuz. 15 minutes to try and find this dude. Let's see if we can bring him in. You did the job, you made 100 things, made it all the way to 0, and turned yourself off with no problems requesting materials. Seems good. Okay, this guy pooped like he was supposed to. Turn this to 0. Turn off the activate switch. So there is steel and electrum into the mall. What do you, Constantan? What does Constantan take? Constantan is nickel and copper. Yeah, copper and nickel. How are we on this? 14. We have like just enough. Okay. I can make that. Let's give it a second to let it finish requesting things.
Concentration critical.
Okay, we have nickel and copper. I'm gonna save 10 of each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Those have all gone in. Give up the shoot control to the machines. Let that cook for a bit. It is cold. What? I didn't know it could go negative. What the what? Have some air. That's better. Alright. What are we doing? Things and stuff. We're checking out traders and trying to bring in the fancier dude. We can. What did this go to? 38, like significantly worse. Go back left one. Maybe we'll play with the vertical. What's this guy got for sale? Or I guess other way around. What does this guy want to purchase? What can we sell to this guy? You want silver. Okay. We can do that. This is like $100. It kind of wants nothing. I'm gonna let you go. Alright, you're at 33. I think it's just like the world is turning. We're losing him. He's moving. I think he's moving left on the horizontal, maybe. Probably the vertical is changing. I guess vertical is going down, I would think. Let's try and bring the vertical down. Oh shoot, I just noticed the video's off. I'm sorry. I'm gonna reset this. I should adjust it. One moment. Okay, that should be better. I think you get a little better FPS. It doesn't have that weird bar at the bottom. I'm sorry about that. That's my mistake. I need to check every time. This game only seems to interact funny with OBS on the streaming PC. I haven't seen that anywhere else before. Alright, anyway, we've adjusted the values on the dish, and it's taking absolutely forever, but it finally hit the target. Looks good. We even turn this up more. What happens if we go to 10? I think this is doing like 50 kilowatt drain on the batteries right now.
Oxygen critical.
Oh yeah. Slurp. It's probably better to do at night when we can have all of the machines running down there. The Stirling engines. But we're doing fine. We can recover that power. This is a worthy cause. And maybe we want to throw another 510 batteries in that line. That's pretty easy to do. Never have to worry about power. I was thinking we might need to start keeping track of that main line as well. If we start doing some pretty power intensive things, like if this cooling system ends up being power intensive, probably makes sense to give it its own Stirling engine line. Its own set of batteries. I think you can pretty easily and cheaply produce power that way. Easier than doing like solar power and wind. Those guys are super easy to pump out now. We can just copy paste this code. It's a couple events, and then is however many power generators you want. Alright, how are we doing? Can we bring in the dude? Does he want to purchase our stuff? Cool. First time using the button. Are you like a helicopter? Where are you? What? What is happening right now? Is it just the biggest spaceship I've ever encountered? Is that what's going on? I don't know if I've done a 6x6. Definitely never done oxygen room. Alright, how we doing, guy? So he's landed and he doesn't come out because there's no oxygen. We press the button. Vulcan air gets pumped out, pumps to vacuum, and then oxygen goes in and the door opens. Cool, dude. That's fun. This needs lights, and it needs cladding, and it needs paint. It needs to be less gray. Looks good though. I think this design is working correctly. Takes a minute. This is with what? 6 large powered vents pumping right now. It's a big space. One in every corner. This is really cool. This is a fun mechanic. This is a lot of stuff. You have to have some complicated systems to be able to trade with this dude. What you got for it? I hope it's high work, high reward. Alright, the exhaust vents turn off. The oxygen intake vents turn on. They pump down to 1 atmosphere. Internally. Not 1 atmosphere, 1 megapascal. And then the door opens. And we'll see. It's likely still not enough air has been put into this room yet for the dude to be able to breathe and come out of his shell. See if we can leave the door open. See how bad it is.
Oxygen low.
Let's see.
Oxygen critical.
What does my handy dandy iPad say? It says this room is at almost 30 kilopascals. Okay. And it's 30 moles of oxygen. I wonder, I don't know what this guy's minimum requirements are. If it's like a certain amount of moles of oxygen, if it's just like breathing without any sort of warnings or anything. But I think we're already about at the threshold where the game will get angry at you, but you won't die.
Oxygen critical.
You gonna die? You thinking about it? He's not even breathing heavy. He feels great. Come on out and play. I want to buy things or sell things or something. Okay. That's fine. We can just leave this for a bit. This whole area is still above 50. Alright, let's see. Just doing all sorts of things. All sorts of side quests, all sorts of stuff.
Hunger caution.
I don't think we need to take off our... Or I don't think we need to put on a suit. I was making stuff and things. We were making Constantan, I remember. I was letting it melt. I just wanted to make all the things we're missing. That's a good tangent, though. This looks like it's working. And just doing the one-time job of filling. Alright, how you doing? You got cold. And you need to have like 20 megapascals or something crazy. So let's just do that now. Higher temperature and pressure should mean faster melting, I would think. Number go zoom. Whenever you are ready, go ahead and craft. Did you have any specific requirements? Fairly warm, 20 megapascals. We're way past that. Alright, so that's another one down. That is this guy. What else do we have? In Canal. What are you? Gold, steel, nickel. I think we're actually low on nickel. We have 4 nickel. We need 5 nickel. Alright, that is done. I went ahead and spit it out. We can turn off the activate switch. I'm gonna go grab 5 nickel.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Alright, I'm gonna farm just a little bit of nickel. And then head right back in, I think. Craft a little bit more. And then keep working on the nitrogen cooling. Gotta run ads. Nickel is cheap. Nickel farms fast. Let's grab a quick bag of nickel. Remember, we need cobalt too. I think we're gonna need silicon. You know, like Stellite wants silicon. There we go. This little bit of nickel's good. Should be enough for some more activities. Maybe even all the activities if we're lucky. Alright, I think that's pretty much good. I don't think we need lead, really. Lead's quick. Iron's quick. Fill bag. Fill bag, go. Nope. How we doing?
Oxygen low.
Struggling to breathe. Is our dude out? Not yet. We keep dumping air. We've gone from red warning to red warning over here. A little more yellow over here. No? Critical everywhere? He's okay. He's fine. I think everything's good. Let's just give that time. Everything's fine. The plants are filling the air. We've just got a little work to do. And they're still holding like well above 50 in this room. That's funny. You can see the air just pouring out. They're like out breathing the rate that that room is pulling in air. That's insane. Go plants, go. I'm tempted to like double this. Make this just a gigantic plant castle. This space we could use for growing like cocoa or special recipes. But we could just make another fern farm. That might be a good move. We could also probably use all this floor. I left a bunch of space for like a staircase. But we can always jetpack. And we can make an elevator even. We could get some more square footage there. Anyway. Everything is looking good. We were gonna make a thing. Which thing were we gonna make? In canal, we needed nickel. We got a bunch of nickel. Gold, steel, nickel. With twice as much gold. Okay. We turn it to 1 for the furnace. We save. Gold, steel, nickel. Okay, so it's gonna be 10 of these, and then 5 of the others. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then gold and nickel. Or sorry, steel and nickel. Just double check. Steel and nickel. Steel, nickel. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. That should be everything. Give up the chute. Let that melt. That's gonna get us this one. Still missing astroloy, stellite. Copper, steel, cobalt. I think we got all those. What about copper? Barely enough. Barely enough. Interesting. Where'd all our copper go? Probably just recipes. You use a lot of copper in just generic stuff. The left, love. See if we can get that water out of the air. Alright, how you doing? You got 1,000? What are you? This one. Super specific pressure, pretty much any temperature. Temperature's good. Pressure is low, needs to be at least 24, so we activate. Add pressure. Looking for 24. There it is. Oh, and it actually went? No, I don't believe you. There's no way. We'll see. It'll either go here or it'll come out as Regents. I feel like that's going to be Regents. Oh my god, it did the thing. It caught it for like 1 tick. That's crazy. I was expecting to have to slowly relieve pressure. Anyway, okay, that one's done. We could already do the other one, I think. What was it? Astro something? This one is steel, twice as much steel, copper, cobalt. Okay. Let's do that. Turn it to 1. Save just in case. Copper, cobalt, twice as much steel. So that's 10 of this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 5 of these two. Copper, cobalt. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. That all goes. Furnace. Furnace cooks. Oh, you're activating? No. 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 Ah, fuck. Alright, we're gonna activate. All that just goes straight through. Oh, no. Oh, it's all wrong. That's why we save scum. Gonna come out as messy, weird Regents, and we're gonna have to throw it in the bottom pit to be processed and stuff. Or... where were we? You got any things going on? Did I save at the perfect time? Off. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. With the activate switch off, so that all will stack up properly. Whoops. And then what do you need for like pressure and temperature and stuff? Low temp, pretty high pressure. Okay. So just like a little more gas probably. And at this point we're probably good to say activate. Yeah, we did 10. That's gonna be 500. So it needs to get at least 500. It's all still steel. If we activate now, a bunch of steel poops out. But after 500, if we activate now, nothing happens. Unless it can actually print some sort of usable recipe. Which for this regent mix can only be astroloy. Alright, how we doing? What's going on? Did you slurp the water out of the air? How's the air looking? Oh, that looks good. Good job, machine. How are things over here? Pressure's getting higher. Still a debuff. Still not willing to come out of his shell. And still filling with air. And holding the right temperature and air composition and all that. Just share it with the hab. How are we doing? Looking for 1,000. Pressure's too high. I'm guessing the cobalt is releasing gas. Okay, pressure too high. Relieve pressure slowly. That's gonna be you. Last one is stellite. What are you? Silver, tons of that. Cobalt, silicon. Cobalt has 9. Silicon has 15. We need mostly silicon. Okay, so we can do this. Okay, last one. You all good? Empty? Off? Still holding the chute on accident, but that's fine. We're ready to go. So we need 10 of this. Let's take one more look at that. Silver, cobalt, silicon. Twice as much silicon. Silver, cobalt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of that. 5 each of these. 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5. Don't need this. That all goes in. Melts for a while. Okay, you got most of what you need. You needed liquid tanks, I remember. That's something we can do. Give me some liquid tanks. We need insulated, liquid, tank. And I need a bunch of these. We're gonna need one for each chamber at least. And probably one for condensation. So probably 6. Go. And you're gonna need a ton of silicon, I'm guessing. Alright, what does this take? 10 to 20 high temperature. Got it. Alright, so we pump out all the cold air. It's all melted. Temperature's low. Activate switches on. Give it some hot gas. And it should pretty much immediately be where it needs to be. The hot gas. The hot tank is at like 2,500 now. Something insane. Alright, so that crafts the last resource. We can turn this off to make sure we don't have control. We do not. Okay. That's all looking good. It looks like we're out of copper. I think we're low on silicon. And then everything is full all the way to this guy. Alright, I'm going to grab a little more copper and silicon. It's down to 2. Just ate a lot of resources there. But that's all good. Filling up the mall and the crafting is much easier with the chute. That helps a lot. I like this setup a lot. Need to finish automating it, but I'm already getting a lot of use out of it and enjoying it.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, a little bit of copper and silicon so that we can keep working on the various crafting things we want. All our machines are about to lock up as we're building, but I think we just got enough resources to make stuff for a while. Just grabbing everything. All the things. Silicon and copper, still top priority. But we already have gotten rid of most of the resources. They've disappeared into stuff. And a lot of those super alloys take a huge amount of resources. We just destroyed like 100 stacks of stuff. Put it to good use. That's good to have. That will feed the machines. Gotta make sure the mall doesn't run out of stuff. Alright, I think we're good on resources. Tons of stuff now. Let's bring it home. Maybe grab this silicon on the way out. Seems good. I think that one was empty. I know that one was empty. I'll just go right through.
Oxygen low.
Eat and drink. Dude is still hiding. It's gonna take a while. Looks like no more red debuff. We've upgraded to yellow. Also, the temperature is 23. We'll have to keep an eye on that a bit. I think it'll get a tiny bit warmer in here, and then it'll just end up exchanging heat with this room and this cooling system, and it should all be fine. But we'll see. If we need, we can plug in more air conditioning on the other side of the base. Alright, stuff goes through. Our machines are all stocked. Like, all stocked, all the way down the line. Everything's got things. So there should be nothing to stop us from making whatever we need. And we've already made most of what we need, I think. You're still doing your thing? No, you're done? You made 1 billion of these? Yeah, and then you shot him down. I already grabbed him. I thought I told you to make 10. Why do I see 6? Because I told you to make 6. I told you to make 7? I told you to make 6. Good talk. Just swapping some batteries. It's been a while. What about tools? I don't think I've swapped the tool batteries out ever. This one's low. That's a start. Alright, we've got the tanks. I think we've got like everything we need. I don't think we needed much. Let's keep working on the nitrogen cooling area. Alright, are we good? How are our chambers? Are they chambery? They look chambered. I see no missing walls anywhere. There's a good chance I missed one somewhere, but I think we might be good here. Oh, look at that. We cool? All done? Okay, so this is like the airlock area. We can enter through here. And then here's our airlock. Is that correct? We'll have an airlock into here. And then we can break open the chamber. And it's gonna, this area is gonna go from a vacuum to extremely high pressure. Like, I don't know, if we open up the biggest chamber, the one that's the highest pressure, it'll go up to like 5, probably like 3 megapascals for the room. So that would be enough to absolutely blow out any normal walls or doors. We're going to need the reinforced everything here. And the bunker doors for the airlock. Anyway, we'll do that. We'll open this up. We'll go in there and do what we need to do. And then when we go into the airlock here and rotate it, it's going to pump all of that nitrogen into the condensation area where it's going to get condensed and turned back into liquid and re-enter the system. So that way we'll never lose any of that air. That's the goal. And then we're going to do the same sort of chamber setup that we have right over here. Just a few different levels of cooling. And like the exact same build. I think the only difference might be instead of putting the tanks like right here, let's put them a little higher. Let's put them on the ceiling up here. Leave room in the airlock area to move. Not get like slammed into a wall or slammed into an object. So let's see, it has the liquid tanks up front and the gas tanks further behind. One for each chamber. Then one for condensation. We might want like a little condensation room here. Okay, so we can have a condensation room here that feeds into this area. And have a condensation tank here. Should be okay. And then each of these rooms has its own storage to extend the liquid and that grows into the tank. Will eventually reach a passive vent, push up to the storage. And we'll have some gas on the other side. I want to make all of this the black nitrogen. Okay. That's the start. We need to be able to, like, get in there. So at least get a teeny little platform that we can stand on when we fly in. Do a little window even is fine. Okay. So you land here, walk in, hit a pressure pad, does all the things, and then you're in here. Seems good. Alright, what are we looking for next? I think we've got one pressure pad on us. That can live here, I think. Is that even in the right spot? Is that working? It looks like it's blocked. Oh, okay. So no, it's not working. We need to flip this. That's not a bad problem. Easy fix. How do I grab that? There. Come on. Come on now. Come on. Come on. Come on. There it is. Alright, so this needs to be like that. Right? Oh no, the other way? Other way. like that. And then that should give the... It's like a different... It gives a little bit of a different amount of room. So the pressure pad should be exposed. Yeah? Okay, that looks better. Let me double check that just to be certain. Where is my red iPad? Trigger plate 0. Trigger plate 1. Okay. Okay, so we've got our pad. Pad plugs into these guys, which plug into each other. That's all one network. Have an interior door, exterior door. And then interior vent, exterior vent. Will this work? Does this need to go up? Does this need to go down? Down could work. Down. I'm thinking we can't run vents through this corner. So kind of run them through the ceiling and over. And if we want to run them straight up, can we run them straight up? Is the liquid going to be a problem? Maybe straight up is better. What does straight up look like? Straight up's better for power. Is straight up better for pipe? You are going to be black. Oh yeah, that's better. This can just immediately get out of the way. I was thinking it might run into a problem with these guys, but I don't think so at all. I think we're good. There we go. That's perfect. So you just run along the corner. This is our nitrogen to condense, basically. Where do we want this to connect? Let's bring it over this way, but... Okay, so we'll just leave that there for now. But this is the collection of the nitrogen from the airlock. It's going to come down in here into a condensation chamber, where it'll get turned back into a liquid and returned into the system at like the hottest possible stage and the hottest possible temp. But we're not going to lose any nitrogen is the important bit. So that's one of them. The other one just needs to go out. Just needs to go out over here to like passive vents or something. Doesn't matter at all. It just pumps to vacuum. This is just returning the Vulcan air to Vulcan. Let's try and go straight up. That looked like it was working fine. I'm gonna make you gray. Gray air. Gray air, go this way. Okay. So the gray air will come this way and then into some passive vents. And that will allow us to exhaust the Vulcan air back into Vulcan. Alright. That one is gray. This one is black. You can be spiffy black too. You should be spiffy black. Alright, let's keep crafting these. The direction for both is always going to be inward. Plug them into the system. Okay. They are going to need a gas sensor. I bet we could put a gas sensor just like right here. Would be perfect. Just right into the floor. Probably put a cladding on the floor so it's easy to run over as well. We'll put a gas sensor right there. Okay, so I want to use the code that we've been using for airlocks. We'll do the same thing here. It should work okay. We just need to follow the same naming conventions, and we need to add both of these. We'll need to add the big vents and the big doors are now also going to get set. And then it'll try and do both of them, but it'll only be valid for one. So no matter what's plugged into the system, it's just going to work. That's like zero extra effort, I think. So I'm thinking that's the plan. Let's reuse that code, and then I don't have to think. I can idiot-proof this thing and make sure that I don't accidentally, like, go through it wrong or pump the wrong air into the wrong area. Don't want to lose that nitrogen. Definitely don't want to put outside air into the nitrogen cooling setup. But yeah, let's do that. And then along with all that, I think we're going to want a little bit of an airlock here. I think we want a door with an airlock. And then a little condensation room. It doesn't have to be big. I think I'll stick with like this high. It's good. But let's get a little condensation chamber area. Because we're going to want to condense this. And we're going to want to do that in a vacuum, if I remember correctly. The condensation will conduct energy with its surroundings if it's not in a vacuum. Or maybe we even want to put it in like a pressurized atmosphere. Where it's insulated, basically. I imagine it would cool off a room to super cool and then just like sit there. That might be okay. But let's make a condensation room and give it a little window. Gives one little window right there.
Jetpack low.
That's it. One window.
Jetpack critical.
Alright, we got a room. Needs a couple doors. Needs a whole airlock setup. But this doesn't need to be like a crazy reinforced room. This is just a vacuum. Or maybe like 1 atmosphere of pressure or something. If we're going to put any air in here at all. And then that could be where nitrogen condenses. And we got a nice little window here. I feel like all this should be black too. But let's go ahead and fix the jetpack problem. Uh-oh. Woo! This is awkward. This is not made to be traversed without a jetpack. In fact, I'm going to put my jetpack on.
Jetpack critical.
Alright, what's going on with the air? Can we breathe? Let's see, we're almost to 50. That's nice. Dude's still not coming out. Dude's still got a debuff. That's crazy. How's the temperature in here?
Oxygen low.
23. Totally fine. Okay, everything's good.
Oxygen low.
Let's see. So we need a couple doors. I don't think we have any doors. Give me 2 doors. 2. 2. 2. Do we need any materials? I think we got all the materials we need. We're gonna need a couple vents for another airlock. We have plenty of vents. We need to wire up power. We have power wire. Do we have transformers? We have transformers. We also have the area power controllers, if we want to use those for any of this. I'm thinking transformers, and then probably break all this off to its own power line eventually, and power it with Stirling engines or something, if we ever need to split things up a bit. Alright, we will need one of the plates. Give me one of these. We've got sensors. We've got IC chips. We've got housings. I think we're going to want more transformers in general. Give me like 10 of these. We're not waiting for that. We can go.
Oxygen critical.
So we'll have an airlock here. We have 2 doors. Hello, Storm. 1 door here. 1 door here. Storm complicates things very slightly. Let's see what we can do. I bet we can get it all done in a storm. Gas sensor go here. Vents. Get a powered vent. Ooh, gas sensor's kind of in the way. Maybe gas sensor doesn't go here. Goes somewhere else. Maybe power vent goes here. That's okay too. Thinking one goes out from here. One goes this way from here. Out goes up. Okay. Alright, so that goes that way. This one goes this way. We're building. We're doing it. Just making an airlock. Easy peasy. Pipe and a screwdriver. What else? Welding kit plastic, right? You only ever go in. Alright. I think that's all the components. It's a vent, a pressure pad, a sensor, 2 doors. And they need to be able to vent air into this room and into the other room, the world. They need power, they need programming. Where should the programming go? I'm tempted to put it like on the floor in here and keep it out of the chambers. Let's try and keep those completely uninvolved. Or even put it right in front of the door. Seems reasonable. Where are my housings? I know I have a bunch. There we go. Alright, you go here. You're gonna need a chip. That'll need programming in a bit. How about some wires? Let's try and run this out the wall this direction. Keep the wires in general away from this area. Alright, we got power hitting the programming, coming in, grabbing the ground devices and the doors. There's the gas sensor. Here are the vents. Nice. That's all good. Just add power, programming, and labeling. This is interior door with no spaces, I believe. This is interior vent with no spaces. Exterior vent. Exterior door. Okay. Just because we're in a storm, I'm going to close this for a second. Now we're not in a storm. I can pull out my laptop. Let's take a look. What's our code? What do we got here? We're going to go to our library. We're going to open up our airlock. It's a generic airlock code. We've used it all over. It is good. Airlock. Overwrite. Correct. So I was thinking we want to change this. We want to update it so it doesn't just do the one type of doors. Right now it's for the powered vent, like the ones we just made, and the composite doors, like the one we just made. But we also want this exact same code to do the exact same thing on the nitrogen area. So we should get that one set up. I don't think that's difficult to do at all. All we need to do is copy this door. We'll have composite door or door composite. And we'll have door bunker. What's it called? And we'll look at the doors. Not hanger. Blast. Okay. So what is the blast door? Blast door is this one. So we'll get the hash for this guy. We've now got the composite door and the blast door. And the vent's not just vent. It's got vent and then maybe vent big. Sure. Vent small, vent big. Vent small. Vent big. What is vent big? Vent big is large powered vent. Okay, so we now have door composite, door blast, vent small, vent big. Alright. So everywhere we're doing door stuff, which is now broken, We need to do door stuff twice. Door is now door composite. And then I want to do the same thing for door blast. Whatever it is, we don't even need to think about it. We thought about it once upon a time, and we could think about it again and realize why we decided to do the things we're going to do. We can just copy paste for the vent and the door. You are now vent small. And actually, I'm tempted to not lock them. I'm going to lock them. We're going to lock them. That's fine. Vent small. Vent large. Vent big. Vent large. Vent large is a better name. Alright, seems good. This is not door, this is door composite. This is also door composite. And then you are going to be door bunker, or door bunker? It is bunker. No, it's not bunker. I keep forgetting blast. Thinking of oxygen not included all the time. It's like the same object in my brain. Door blast. Okay, so we copy paste that guy. Everything else is good. Okay, vent. This is going to change. This is vent small. Then we have vent big, large. Vent is vent small. Vent large. Door composite. Door blast. Okay, so every time we're hitting a vent or a door, we're just going to target either or both. We're going to hit both the composite doors and the blast doors, as long as they're named correctly, following the naming pattern of exterior door, interior vent, etc., then it's going to work. And it's just going to like, only 1 out of 2 of these is actually going to do anything. It's going to set out a command to a bunch of things that don't exist, which results in no problems. All good. So we're just going to do everything twice and hope we didn't miss anything. I think this might be it already. I don't think we have any more calls to either the vent or the door. We'll see. Seems good. How are we on lines of code here? Lots and lots to spare. Alright, that all seems good. So we're going to overwrite our code for the airlock, call that good, confirm. We can export that into some chips. We can use that right away in 2 chips for both of these airlocks. And we should test it and see if it even works. There's a good chance it's not going to compile. Okay. Progress. Let's see. Chip go here. Another chip go. We need to program you. Should we have it like right out front? Seems okay. I kind of like that idea. Okay, give it some programming. Export that code. Oh, you're not visible. Come on. The exact same problem as before. I gotta flip this guy. Oh, except I... no, I want it to be a window. Let's do window. There. I remember one of these bags. There it is. Okay, there's that. Now I should be able to interact with you. There's that. Alright, getting closer. I think these basically need power, and then we can test them. So let's take the main heavy watt wire and run it along to join up here for a whole new set of circuits and stuff. where do we want this to go up? I feel like this should extend a teeny bit further. Let's do one more tile. Right here. Tempted to do like a glass floor here. Feels appropriate. Might do that. Okay, so this is the main heavy watt power line, which gives us more or less infinite power. It's going to power every one of these rooms as its own circuit with its own transformer. That's why we made a bunch more transformers. And then it'll come down here, have one more transformer right here. Throw off power to this area. Okay, let's get this plugged in and see what happens when we try and turn it on. So for power on this, we'd probably just use a boring old transformer is fine. Let's do it right here, maybe? I think, where do I want to put this? Where is it not going to be annoying? It's going to be annoying everywhere. Maybe this with the cladding on the floor or something. Alright, this will be fine. Let's give this much power. So this is the circuit for the condensation room here. And then whatever else we want, we're going to want like a condensation machine in here to condense the nitrogen. And then it's going to dump its heat into the coolant over here. This guy will be what cools that off to condense the nitrogen to start the whole chain. Seems good. So let's turn it on. I got to paint it all black first. Seems appropriate.
Hydration critical.
Needs more color. I still haven't decorated the trader place. Trader outpost. Trader outpost needs decorations. The game needs light and color. Feels much better when there's light and color. Okay, we'll paint everything. Even you. Not you, though. You get to be gray. Okay, power. Power go this way. Alright. We have power. Small line goes this way. Connects to all the things. They turn on. We turn this on. It all breaks. Because it needs to be programmed. Are you guys locked already? You guys got locked already. Uh-oh. Interesting. Did you guys get locked too? Did I lock everything? I did. Might have already made a mistake. Alright, well, we can just wing it and see what happens. I'm sure we can fix whatever's needed fixing. Let's see. I will set these. The gas sensor is the gas sensor. The pressure pad is the small plate. The no device. Is that it? Yeah, because everything else is accessed by hash. That's very easy. Alright, I'm gonna save. Can I guess what it's gonna do? It's gonna try and rotate one way or the other. I think it's gonna close... Hopefully it closes this door and then pumps to vacuum. That would be perfect. And then it tries to open that door, but it's already open. And then we're good. That's the dream. Let's see. Or just nothing. I gotta turn it on. You good? You mad? Error at line 75, so something in my programming's wrong. Let's take a look. Line 75 is... let's see... Oh, so this is actually complicating things just a teeny bit. We're gonna need to load both of these and then OR them with each other. So let's say we're gonna load this into R0 and we're gonna say or this R0, R1. Just one sec here, I'll explain this in a moment. We're gonna do R0, we're gonna do R1. This is hash door composite. This is hash door bunker blast. Okay, let me OR them. So before it was loading the specific door for the one composite door to check whether or not it's open, to determine what's going on here. It loads to see, are the doors open, what's their state. And it wasn't able to do that anymore because it was pointing to a thing that doesn't exist, and we were getting an error. So this needs to be a door composite, but we also need to keep track of the door blast. It's going to be either one of these. So we're going to take them and we're going to OR them with each other. We're going to load it into a temporary register for each of these, into R0 and R1. And then we're going to OR them together and see, are either one of those one? If so, our exterior door is open. And then that gets stored in exterior door is open. We're going to need to do the same thing with the door here. And there might be somewhere else in the code where there's something similar going on that needs an adjustment. But let's say this is going to be the OR of R0 and R1. And then we are going to load this into R0. We are going to load this into R1. This is the door composite. This is the door blast. We save as airlock and finish and export and overwrite and jazz and put that in. No errors. Save game. What happens now? Fuck. Damn. What if I do... I've got an idea. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna bust this wall out. And then it's going to try and pump to vacuum. Which it did? Are you serious? You pumped that space to vacuum? That's amazing. Okay. I'm willing to fight you. Let's open this one too. Can you pump that to vacuum? Haha, I'm winning? I lost? It's pumping so fast that this gas sensor is hitting a vacuum. Oh my god. I'm embarrassed. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna complete this. I'm gonna complete this. I'm gonna pull them apart immediately. It's a good start. Breathy dude's gonna keep breathing just to add intensity to the moment. This is locked. I can't turn it on. Do I want to change that code? I feel like these vents might want to be unlocked. I think that's the easiest solution. I think I'm gonna do that for now. Even if it's just for like a moment for debug. Let's throw this guy in the computer. And we're gonna, at least for a moment, undo the locking that we do on the things and the stuff. I think we do it right at the beginning. We lock the vents and lock the doors. Just lock everything. You're never allowed to have control over anything ever again, so that you can't accidentally send stuff into the wrong spots. It's a good thing to do in general, but it's a little obnoxious right now during setup. Okay, so if we do that, and then we exported that, then I should be able to turn this on, right? Yeah, okay. So I can walk in, and you'll do your thing. And you'll think that you pumped a vacuum, but you didn't, and so I'll turn you on, and you'll actually pump the vacuum. And then when that's done, we can set the lock back up again. Finish these walls. We should be good. How's that vacuum? You got a vacuum? Got a vacuum. Vacuum is good. Turn that off. Finish the walls. Okay. Now we got our vacuum room. It should still work. Good. We can add locking back so we never screw that up. One, confirm, export, yeah. You're locked now, so I can't do anything with you if I wanted to. When I run in, you do the thing, and we're in a vacuum. Alright, so that's one door done. And the code is modified to be more generic so that we can use it on the blast doors above. So I am gonna go eat and drink here. Snooze some ads. And how's our breathy boy? Have you come out to play yet? Oh, he's out! I'm excited. I'm excited. I've never talked to a big breathy boy before. This is gonna be amazing. You think he looks different than a silly little robot with a smiley on his face? I hope he looks like Jabba the Hutt. Oh, fuck yeah, dude, look at that. Oh, it's because you're a human. You do look different. That's actually pretty cool. So this person can't come out unless you let her out. She needs a hanger. Or she fucking dies. Because she's a delicate soy boy. Just like me. You sell ore. We could actually buy oxalite. It's kind of useful. And then you want... you don't want anything, dude. Alright, I'll give you a backpack. Fine. Hard mining backpack 1, go. Alright, well... You are simultaneously disappointing in that you have nothing for us, and that's fucking awesome. This is a super cool mechanic. That's a lot of fun. Making this gigantic breathable space. Getting it livable. It's a fun little mini game. So that's neat. We can bring in more vendors. I'm going to sell you a backpack, and then I'm going to let you go. And we can look for other vendors. Speaking of, any other vendors? Icicles. Ooh, what about you? You seem good. I'm going to get you in a minute. Oh, Discount Engineer. What's up, guy? Thank you for the big raid. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good time on Europa. I hope your base is gigantic and beautiful, and you can breathe. Even if you breathe in the funny air. Alright, we're going to throw that in the vending machine. Lady is now going to be able to buy it from us. And then I'll tell you to go? Can I not tell you to go from here? I'm gonna save. We're gonna save, scum. If I tell you to go, are you just gonna try and like Kool-Aid Man through my front door? How does this mechanic work? Get out of here. Or are you stuck here? Let's see how this plays. This is ominous. That's actually not what I wanted. This is not what I was hoping for. Okay, well my everything's on fire and I'm dying now. So let's maybe not go with that one. You are a very effective Kool-Aid man, and I am impressed. That is kind of exactly what I hoped would happen in that situation. So I'm pretty happy with the game for doing that to me. But this is a good example of save scumming. Let's try that again. Hey, hope it's going well. It's going good. I'm having a good time. Living my best Vulcan life. Currently playing with the oxygen trader people. That mechanic of having like a breathable space. And trying to work on nitrogen cooling. I want to get super cooled nitrogen to use for like cryogenics on rocketry. Is the general direction. But it's taken a little bit. It's going to be a few steps to get there. We're getting there. Alright, so she Kool-Aid Man's through the wall right now. Let's not have that. We're going to push the magic button. And if it works correctly, which of course nothing is happening. Why? Oh my god. It's amazing. I've tested this like multiple times. But now my button doesn't work. Let's try that again in a minute. Had a little preemptive saves coming. Nice. What are you working on? Did you blow stuff up? What's the current project? And what's going on here? Why doesn't the button work? The button. Did you get reprogrammed or something? Octank, gas sensor, the button. I've used the button multiple times already without any sort of issue, so I'm surprised that you're running into trouble here. It's a little embarrassing. Just when company shows up, you stop working. I might gotta debug the button. Let's try one more save, one more the button. I think what it might be is the button press is so fast that it didn't register. But there we go, the button works this time. So now it's slurping the oxygen into our storage tanks. And then it should open the bunker doors, and then hopefully we can tell her to leave without doing the Kool-Aid Man thing. Good work, the button. May I post a link? You may post a link. I think I have to permit you, though. Otherwise, that will happen. Oh no, I'm sorry. I should have said, let me permit you first. Oh, we got a clip. Is this from Explosions? I like Explosions. Show me.
See, the volatiles rushes out because it's overpressure, and then the heater kicks on.
Nice.
And then it blows up.
That's always fun. I'm tempted. I want to do a rogue version of this game so that someday this will happen and that's the end and I can just really sit in that moment and feel it. I feel like that would give me big feelings.
Fireworks. Fireworks.
Nicely done. What was that working on? Looks like furnace things. Auto airlock is good. I recommend auto airlock. It is a lot of coding. That's a kind of hard project. You got to be pretty comfortable with IC. I do like staging for the airlocks, and that works pretty good. Alright, the button is done. The button did the thing. It saved our air and let out the, or let the doors open for Vulcan air. Can I tell this lady to go do other stuff now? Is there a depart button? Can I like knock on your front door and tell you to go? You got a button here that I can click? And I feel like I definitely need an airlock right here to just be able to go in and out. I keep having to fly around, which is a bit obnoxious. That's like a 2-minute project I should do. Can I tell you to go? What if I click you? Oh, yeah. No Kool-Aid Man. Very nice. Okay. I've heard of that bug. That getting out of a chair will teleport you out of the room. I was wondering, is there a way to, like, relieve stress, you know, to do, like, the shower time? I think they've got a literal shower mechanic, now that I mention this. But it seems like you should be able to, like, sit on a couch in a room with some plants or something and, like, de-stress faster. I like the idea of, like, having a little programming corner. I need a little coffee shop where I can sit on my laptop and program. I think that would be fun. Alright, what do we got for people? I wanted to bring this dude in and see if they have anything useful. And I think I do want to build an airlock here. That's like a 2-minute project. I might throw down an airlock right here. So we can freely move without having to zoom around. Let's see. Getting rid of suit will work, but selfish speed up. Yeah, they should, right? Should is keyword. So for programming chair then, do you just need a high ceiling? Do you think I'm safe to sit on a sofa? Or am I gonna go to space and die? That would be amusing. I would be pretty okay with that. The button. Alright, how's our stuff? What am I even doing? We were doing... I need to work on that airlock. I need to sell stuff and buy nitrogen. That's the thing. Maybe more deep mining. I need to do programming on the auto furnace. I'm thinking that's probably not today. I want an airlock here, maybe. Let's do the airlock outside. Let's go take a look at that one. Very nice drinking fountain. Thank you. Thank you. I like that little... It's like a little station right by the front door to manage your dude. Eat and drink, and suit station does all the suit things. Seems good. Okay, so all of this is going to be... We could probably just plug this into whatever circuit is doing the programming for this chamber. So this guy's already going to have its own transformer. And with that in mind, let's just throw these down. Just keep kind of picking away at this problem. So each chamber has its own transformer, so it has its own devices and programming. And I can feel my client dying here. I need to restart my game sometime soon. So let's get these plugged in. And I'm probably going to want like an identical setup with the chip and memory and a couple consoles. I feel like the chip and memory should be on the ground here. Let's throw them on the ground this time. Chips. One short. Give these guys some ICs and copy paste the programming on them later. You got an IC? You do. Okay. Gonna want a couple consoles. Angled ones are good. Probably like this height's good. Bunch of consoles. Okay. Memory chip. I saw some. Where are the memory chips? Somewhere in the scattered inventory. Just been getting more and more disorganized with time. I know you're in here. I remember in my brain. Oh, you're in my hand. Even better. Okay. Get a memory chip. And this is enough of the shape to be able to start plugging stuff in, I think. I'd pick a spot in the middle of your base. Yeah, somewhere with a view. Liquid pollutant cooler bubbling. It is. Oh my god, look at that lag. This is my biggest flex on Vulkan. This is, so this is just standard, like, condensation or evaporation chambers, but instead of being items, it's just, rooms. You specify on the memory chip what pressure they're gonna empty at, and then the fans will turn on and just empty into the next chamber. So you get your heat exchange as it moves from chamber to chamber to chamber to chamber to chamber and then out. And then the liquid just gets colder with every chamber. Right now it's holding negative 78 in the end. This can do like hundreds of kilojoules. It's crazy. And this is going to be the top end of our nitrogen cooling. I'm building the exact same thing right here. Just copy pasted with nitrogen and slightly different pressure settings. But I love this thing. This is like the backbone of the whole base. What up, Awakened Few? Thank you for the sub, dude. Thank you for all the subs. I feel like I didn't say thank you enough the other day. That was very generous of you. You gave like 20, 30 subs. I really appreciate it. That's very kind. Thank you, thank you. I like the way you made it a visual experience. Thank you. This was actually a lot for my benefit. When I was first playing with the phase changing mechanic, I remember it being super confusing and complicated, and like I studied the Cows Are Evil videos on it, and I still couldn't quite understand exactly how this magic was working. So actually like physically seeing things, condensing and pumping and all that, it really kind of helped understand what exactly is going on here. I like the visual a lot too. It's just fun to watch them evaporating and condensing and whatnot. Good stuff. Alright, so I wanted to plug this in and turn it on and see that we could get a nice vacuum for this whole area for now. Then we can start plugging in nitrogen someday. That's where we were. Let's keep that going. Probably put a max setting on these guys. Okay. And I'm only really interested in this one right now. But, sure. You come out, you go this way, you're gonna have power. Going into these dudes. And then I guess the power could come up the left side. I gotta be careful to keep these circuits separate. In fact, in the past, I swapped between different colored cords in between each of the chambers. But I'm feeling a little lazy. I'm thinking I'm not going to do that. Anyway, power goes up. I've already lost it. Where are my nerd goggles? Power goes up. It needs to come out this way. It's okay if it's a little gross. Alright, that's plugged in. Now I need to connect it to you. Ooh, it's gross. Also, that lag is pretty unbearable. I think I gotta restart my client real quick. I think this is unavoidable. This FPS is a little rough. Give me one moment. Thank you, thank you. Glad you enjoy. Game is fun. I'm glad I have content. I've been... So this is maybe not the best game to stream. Not the top game on Twitch, necessarily. I fucking love this game. This game's so fun. I've been having a really great time with this save. The new mechanics and everything are a lot of fun. Stationeers is a special game, and this save has been a really good one. Alright, let's restart game. I need to run ads too, sorry about that. Just gonna walk around for a second. Alright, I'm alive. All good, dude. Thanks for the raid. Thank you for watching. I appreciate the support. I enjoy your stream too. I like your content. It's fun stuff. I like the engineering stuff. You made me want to try that rescue game. That looked interesting. That was much more engineering than I expected. Kerbal Space Program is one of my favorites. Always waiting for Kerbal Space Program 2. Waiting in my heart. One of these days, they'll make it real. Okay, so we got the power coming all the way up, and then it needs to connect into this room. And I just kind of want to keep it away. It doesn't matter. It can run into the other room without a problem. Let's go this way and then up. I was thinking I want to keep it out of that room, but this can just be the circuit for the whole chamber. It already is. That's just fine. So this comes up and connects. And everything has power. I think we just need to give these labels. That looks fun. Then we can start playing with them. Oops, wrong button. I don't think I've ever given these light before, or power before. The light is really neat. It's more dramatic than I was expecting. Alright, so you get turned on, you do not work. You actually have the wrong code. I need to update the code here. Let's go ahead and export that code for the airlock with the fix that we wrote for the thing that was broken. Turn it on, see it fail. Wire up the inputs. Gas sensor is gas sensor. Pressure pad is pressure pad. Okay. And then, let's see. How do we want to do this? I think I might want to, like, manually do it again. Let's close this guy. Oh, I can't because it's powered? Come on. Okay. Whatever, dude. I'm gonna save. We're gonna name these, I think. Yes, these are not named properly. What do we got? We got interior. No, this is exterior door. We have interior door. We have This one is interior vent. This one goes to the nitrogen line in our condensation chamber. This is exterior vent. Okay, now I'm gonna save scum here, I think. Let's see what happens if I just go running through. You immediately fail? What's wrong? Line 74? Did I not save the code or something? Line 74... Gas sensor pressure... I mean... That should work. I must have programmed it wrong. What's your input value? Console monitor. Yep, that'll do it. There it is. Gas sensor. Trigger plate. Turn on. Save scum. Now I don't want to see this turn on. If this turns on... Uh-oh. But also we could set it to a different direction. No, it just got locked. Uh-oh. Damn. Let's load that. What do I want to do with you? Probably want to just write like specific code. Or even do something like this. This is kind of silly. But let's just break this. And then shut it. Okay. Is that what we want? I'm gonna turn off the locks again. So that we can manually play with stuff. So let's unlock the vents. So that we can manually use the vents. Gonna export that. Throw that in. Okay. What you mad about? You're missing one of the doors or something? Yeah, you're missing one of the doors probably. That's okay. We can ignore that for now, I think. Alright, so I have manual control over the vents. If I want to, I can click this one and it will go and it will pump towards vacuum. This guy is shut. So let's see, what's the plan here? I want to basically pump this whole room to vacuum. And then I can close the door and open this and it should all be working as normal. Is the idea, I think. Trying to think of like what problems could arise here. So this environment, if we ever use a jetpack in here, it's going to go from a vacuum into something with carbon dioxide right now is in our jetpack. So it is going to put carbon dioxide in there, which is going to not only liquefy in the pipes, but if we look at carbon dioxide, I'm pretty sure carbon dioxide will freeze and actually like break our pipes. So we're going real cold here. So it turns to liquid, like way above the highest temperature we're ever going to see here. It's going to go to solid right away. Okay. So even maybe before I cared about pumping this to vacuum, that doesn't really matter until we can like move around in here without using a jetpack. I might need to modify this design just a little bit. I think we need like staircases going down this thing, so that we can actually walk inside of these rooms. Maybe even like ladders, if those are a mechanic or an item that we could use. That's interesting. So we're gonna have to modify this design just slightly and never use our jetpack in here. If any bad air ever gets in here, it's probably gonna freeze in our pipes and cause something to break, or cause damage at least, cause trouble. Okay. Let's see. So if I've manually closed this, this should be the condition where the airlock it is going to read these doors, whether they're opened or closed. So it should be able to see this is closed and know that it should turn on this vent to pump to vacuum and should close this door. And then we'll have manual control over the vents forever with the code that's currently in there. So I think we just plug this thing back in and step on the button again, basically. And I bet your error was because that was unplugged. So you stopped running, but you run now. Okay, turn it off. Turn it on again. Shouldn't need to do that. Save scum. Again, shouldn't need to do that. Ooh, do I want to do this? I think I'm okay with that. I think this is progress. Let's go. We step. We expect this one to turn on. Good. Pumps to vacuum. Good. This door opens. Good. Working as expected. Now, when we step in here, it's going to go the other way. So this one's going to turn on, which is supposed to be collecting nitrogen. But it's not. It's currently collecting Vulcan atmosphere. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Pump to vacuum. And then we need to never, ever, ever turn our jetpack on. So we're going to need to, like, immediately either build ladders or just, like, a staircase might work. And I think we got super jumps. We got Mario jumps. So if we have a staircase that starts, like, one tile down, we could probably do Mario jumps to move around in here without trouble. I'd love just, like, a wall ladder, if that's an item. We'll see. But for now, we're pumping. We're pumping, we're pumping, we're pumping. And we did the biggest vents we've ever done on an airlock for this one. Because this is going to be filled with tons of nitrogen. Like an obnoxious amount of nitrogen. We're going to have to pump out like 4 atmospheres of nitrogen when we open some of the chambers towards the beginning. So a big fan will be useful if we're ever actually using this. And ideally, we never use it. It all just works perfect and everybody's happy. But I don't think that's going to happen. Alright, what are we doing? What's the air look like? Have we reached total vacuum already?
Hydration critical.
Seems good. We turn you off. Walk through. We're immediately through because it was a vacuum and there was nothing to pump. We can even double check in the lines to see that there's nothing in this tube. Just a total vacuum. There will only ever be perfect nitrogen. And we've got our nice vacuum room here. Again, no jetpack. Unless we want some atmosphere, it'll cool off. Okay. This is a good start. What do we need? We need ladders. We need stairs. We could use some more housings, consoles, IC chips. We need traders. We need nitrogen. That's a big thing. Nitrogen, we need a money dude. We need to figure out who we can bring in to collect the dollaroos. I want to feed someone just like raw material. Or processed ingots. Atmosphere's looking good. Oh, what's up, guy? I forgot about you. Maybe you're even the guy I was just talking about. Nope. I would tell you to leave. But you would Kool-Aid man my shit, I'm sure. That's gonna be my favorite thing to do now. I'm just gonna do that whenever I'm bored. We're just gonna Kool-Aid man that wall. That's such a fun mechanic. That guy's gotta go. Anyone else we're interested in? Not you. Orchards, probably nah. Can we do this? I just wonder if we could do 9x9 with a 20. Did we make it 20 long or did I only do 15? I might need to check that. Anyways, I want to send this guy away. The button. We're dancing. We wanted consoles. Give me 10 consoles go. What else? Ooh, colors. Look at that. That's fun. I already love it. It does nothing, but I love it. What do we have for... Oops. What do we have for ladders? For stairs? Are there good options for maneuvering around down there? I suspect no. That it'll be possible, but not clean. Oh my god. Unbelievable. We have the technology. Give me 20 ladders. Let's see what those are like. This is good pianos. I hope one of you is studying right now. This is +3 to studying. This makes you better at math. Quality pianos. I think I totally emptied. We had a bag full of IC stuff, and I think it's all gone now. We need more IC stuff. How are we on cables? Cables are fine. Consoles are done. Give me some IC housing. Give me another 20 of these. You can be black. I will paint you now, so that you don't add pollution. That's awesome. I'm excited to see what those are like. Let's go.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, guy. Goodbye forever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. $20. Alright, what are ladders like? I'm gonna save, but that shouldn't matter. Ooh. Interesting. Do I want to do it there? I think that makes sense. You're probably only gonna ever have one of these open at a time. So if we do it here, then this one's gonna be closed. And we can just hop straight up without even having to play the Mario Brothers game. Okay. Just thinking about that for a second. I think this is right. Something like this should be good. Does it do the thing? Oh my god. That's amazing. Okay, we do that there. And then, oh no, I fell in a hole. What are we gonna do about it, ladders? Those are cool. They feel not at all janky. Okay. Ran out of ladders, fell in a hole. Almost fell in 2 holes. That would have been good. I couldn't have got out of that hole. I would have been super hosed. Alright, needs more ladders. We got a couple consoles to throw down. What about some nice paint? Can you guys get painted? Oh, you can, and it looks so good. These are like all gonna be atmospheric or whatever it is. One for temperature, one for pressure. So each chamber, you'll keep track of the temperature and the pressure. You'll have your code for managing the pressure, requesting resources, moving them around, and then a memory chip specifying what pressure. Other than that, all the code is like totally identical. So let's keep picking away in that direction. What do we need for that? Nitrogen. Nitrogen when? Where's money, dude? Food? Orchards? No money, dude. Where money, dude? keep doing the wrong ones. My bad.
Critical.
I want to grab the jetpack. It's got all my stuff. Alright, there's a couple more of these. This is probably enough. Didn't need much, I don't think. Maybe make me another... give me another 20 of those. I'll just put them on the wall. IC housing. You still making this? Doing your thing? What's up, cat? Let's see. I think we have roughly enough IC chips. That's actually not true. We need more. This guy's still crafting. He's requesting things. We're probably good. You can call that good. Give me a... What do we need? We need a chip for every console, which is a gas display, I believe. So we need... we got 5 chambers. We got 2 on each wall. We need 10 of these. So give me that. I'll request the resources. Get it shooped along. It'll make me 10 of those.
Oxygen critical.
Just eating a little food, not eating enough food. Food or I die. Alright, we need just a couple more memory chips. Should have enough of these. Oh my. It's a lot of things. This is so much easier the second time around. Knowing exactly what to do and having a gigantic auto mall handling all the production so much better. I used to be scared of the sun. I would only work on this when the sun was hiding. This is too hot. No longer scared of the sun. Sun doesn't scare me. Fly me into the sun, I'm ready. Shoot me at the sun, I'll win. Or shoot, he should be on the other side, I think. No, I don't think it matters. This is fine. Is it? Is it though? Is it fine? Yeah, it's okay. For symmetry. Okay, so that's a bunch of basic stuff. Keep a few of these on me. So what are we up to? We're just picking away here at nitrogen cooling. We're gonna get all this done and have it like totally ready to go. Just have no nitrogen. We need the trading. That's why I built this whole trading thing. Gotta be paying more attention to trading maybe. I'm gonna go look at trading. The sun just came up. Let's go see what trading has to say about that. Maybe there's some new vendors. Show me the dudes who buy alloy. That would be perfect. One dudes who buy alloy, please. Yeah, maybe. Void vein vendors. I can't remember. Aura Oasis. I think I might have already grabbed these too. And they were bad. If I remember right, this guy had auras for sale. And then he bought a backpack. What about you? I can't recall. You can grab this one real quick and see. I want an airlock right here. That's a 2-minute project. Let's do an airlock right there. You busy doing things? You busy doing things? What do I need? 2 doors. 1 door, 2 door, 2. Go. I need 2 doors. I need a couple of vents. This is plenty. I need a couple of passive vents. 2 is good. I need some insulated pipes. That's good. I need some IC chips and housing, which I have got coming in now. Okay. I need a sensor. Got that. I need a pressure pad. You're good. Give me a plate. 1 plate, thank you. 2 doors are done. Do I need anything else? I think that's pretty much it. Couple walls. Alright, let's bring this dude in. And then let's push the button. Ooh, that's a good shot. Look at that. It's like a it's like a movie. It's like a picture. I'm looking at a painting. That's really cool. Welcome. Alright, we push the button just to we'll get oxygen through all this and make it breathable. And then just be able to freely move between both sides. We can get it all set up and then turn it on. Easy airlock. 2-minute side quest. Maybe not even. The longest part is going to be waiting for this room to pump to vacuum. What else do we have to do? Do we need to build any things? What about more for the nitrogen stuff? What does nitrogen stuff need? Needs some of the liquid vents that we have, like 1 for every chamber. It needs a bunch of the insulated pipes. I told you to make 200. You are at 103. Gonna need some insulated gas pipes. Got those. Those go up to the tanks on the ceiling. Gonna need some big vents. A bunch of powered vents. Probably need like 20 of those. Let's go ahead and cancel this. Give me powered vents. Give me 20. How we doing here? Still pumping to vacuum? Aw, food is good. Food or I die. There it is. How we doing in here? How you doing, Robot Man? Do you buy things? I mean, we can do one of these, sure. Oh, what about this, actually? What is this? Ooh, I think we could do all of this. This isn't a bad idea. Interesting. I think I might do this. This is tempting. This isn't so bad. The only thing this requires that we haven't set up yet, which is a little bit of a pain, but not bad much, or not that bad at all. Might even be useful to have in general. This requires a gas canister filled with fuel. We have an infinite supply of fuel. We could easily get this. It's basically just create one of like the gas canister stations like we have for volatile, but for fuel. Just push some minimum pressure, and then that's going to be the right amount. That could be useful for the normal welder too, instead of the electric one. Maybe that's better to use outside. Doesn't go through fuel as fast. Maybe it doesn't matter with the superatomic battery. I'm thinking about it. And it's still going to be a lot of buttons. I got to prepare a cardboard box with like 15 things in it and do fuel, which is pretty much only for vendors. I think I'm going to sell them one of the belts, and then we'll be good. I just got to double check. Was that a mining belt? I think mining belt. Mining belt. Belts. Mining belt. Mach 2. Give me one. Go. It's a welding torch or an arc welder. Yeah, I'm with you. I was wondering about like the debate there, or I even feel like they should have like a super welder that maybe like goes through fuel pretty quickly. Like you'd give it a smart canister with 19 megapascals of fuel, and it would run through that like rather quickly, as fast as the smaller one would run through 5 or whatever they do. Anyway, it'd be fun if you'd like have a reason to use the actual fuel torches and be able to just like blowtorch big construction outside when you don't care about any of the fumes that it's putting out or whatever. I like that idea as a mechanic. I think right now they're both about identical, and once you have the atomic batteries, Not a lot of reason to use one over the other. Might as well just use the electric for everything. Seems like same speed. Okay, so I want to do an airlock right here. Going just from a door here to a door here. So let's reroute this power slightly, and then probably route it straight back into that room. Boom, we got power. We will have a thingy here, a pressure plate. This will go. Let's do glass. Alright, so we build a small room. Build it out of glass. I feel like all of this needs painting. I'm starting to feel guilty about the lack of decoration. Doesn't look good. Doesn't look like a home. Looks like a big DIY project that you're going to get around to eventually. You did some of it, but you got stuff to do, and you know. Two doors. These need plastic first, don't they? Plastic goes first with a welder. Then we get the crowbar and the glass. And one of these should be opened or closed or something. I guess it doesn't really matter at all. We'll just see what happens. Or maybe close one of them. I'll close this one. Sure. Alright, we're zooming. We're zooming. Quick side quest. Let's get a nice airlock so we can more freely interact with vendors. Not have to deal with the button. Alright, that's all plugged in. Those are plugged in. Power's good. Got that sensor there is good. This can be... Let's see. First off, we need some vents. Got one vent going this way. How do we want to do that? Is this better? This is probably better. Let's do one vent like this. One vent like this. I think this is good. Even that's okay. Okay, that's looking good. Alright, that's that. They need pipe and a screwdriver. Yeah. I'm just thinking, what is this gonna do? Like when it's, since this is a passive vent into a tube, it's gonna have to like depressurize this little tube when it's pumping to vacuum. I wonder how much time that's gonna take, or if it'd be better to go like straight into a passive vent with no tube. I feel like that might pump to vacuum faster. I hope this doesn't make this room take longer to empty, as it's like pulling out small amounts of air from the tubes. All the other vents are deliberately a vent that just like turns on and off. And we're never letting the oxygen tube get low pressure. So this thing's always emptying into the room fast. Anyway, this is fine. This will do. Just thinking out loud. Don't think that's super important. I think it's all good. We'll see if we ever leak any air or anything. We can keep an eye on the air composition. If we ever see like volatiles in particular in our system, then we know that there's a teeny bit of a leak somewhere. Alright, you guys are only ever going to go out. You are named interior door. You are named interior vent. You are named exterior vent. You are named exterior door. Okay. You are named room gas sensor or hangar. Hangar gas sensor. Yeah.
Hunger caution.
Because then we need to add an airlock gas sensor here. Airlock gas sensor. Okay, looking good, getting close. Get that plugged in. These dudes don't have power. Just gonna route that right here. Okay, there's that. And then that way, probably easier from this side. Yeah, that's a little easier. Those go that way. Good. And I think we're missing one right here. Right in there. Oh, that's it. We got it, I think. Yeah, that's the data port there. Yeah, got him. Okay, so I think that's all the components. This is gonna need an IC chip and some programming. The programming's already done. Just gotta wire it up and route the devices. Breathe, boy, breathes. Breathe, breathe, boy. Breathe, breathe, boy. He just loves breathing so much. There's that. Okay, alright, I got you. Okay, I hear you. Let's get you a potato. A little bit of water, maybe a nice nap. How are we doing? Take a breath. Get your breathing done. What's going on over here? The mall's beautiful. It's a beautiful night. Look, we got a red glowy thing now. Very exciting. This all feels half finished. Needs a little more. Look at that, I just stopped making the walls. That's crazy. I can spend some time cleaning things up soon. This all got a little bit demolished last night. This whole area was looking good before that. Alright. This is for our vendor dude. We can add it to the vending machine. You wanted to buy one of these. Breathy boy has breathed. This guy is now ready to go. And he will Kool-Aid man through the wall and blow up our everything if he does. And it would be amazing. It'd be awesome. But then we would die. Is this already the airlock? This is already the airlock code. Export it to a new chip. Throw it in. Should be immediately ready to go, basically, I think. We can save the check. Let's turn it on. It's going to immediately fail because it needs the devices. It needs gas sensor, airlock gas sensor. Pressure pad is the only pressure pad in the system. So that's going to be whatever the pressure pad is. I know it's here. Did I pass it? No. Come on now. Ooh, ah. There it is. Trigger plate. Okay, I'm going to save. We're going to turn that on. Everything's done here, I think. Let's see what happens. That pumps that way. Oh yeah, I can't breathe. And he's dying. Okay. That's good. It's a hold your breath machine. It makes you feel alive. Am I gonna die? Oh shit. I'm dying. No, we're good. Not gonna die. Okay, not gonna die. This is my favorite button. Alright, that's all good. I think one more thing there. Let's do... I'm not necessarily going to style it a bunch, but we should at least do like a single cladding on the floor. Is going to make movement smoother. So that not only looks better, but it will help with movement. And I need to immediately paint this thing white. And I can't. Alright, that's fair. Okay, so that's good. I'm going to leave that the way it is. Let's go ahead and save just in case, but it should be fine. I'm going to button the button. And it should do all the pumping things to save the oxygen. And then open the doors so we can free this man. And now we've got an airlock for when we want to go out and talk to a vendor. So I don't have to fly around the whole building. You just go zooming out, talk to him, zoom right back in. Only thing is, don't forget your suit. Suit's a few steps this way. But I think that'll be useful. I've immediately been... We keep calling in vendors, and I have to like go do a huge lap around the everything, and then do a huge lap around the everything to get back. Just a little airlock's a good idea. That was a good couple minutes. Alright, looking good. I'm chilling. We've made 1 billion powered vents. We made 1 billion insulated liquid pipes, more powered vents. Okay. Those are for our chambers here. We could do some more work on the chambers. I feel like we're already getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here too. Like we're gonna need a big nitrogen collection. We gotta get that going. That's important. Anyway. How we doing? You done yet? Ooh, what is this? Anything new and interesting? Still just sucking to vacuum.
Oxygen critical.
Alright, there we go. So now if I want to talk to a vendor, can talk to him. We've already sold stuff, so we'll just send him off. And then go back. And it's much better. Nice, doing good. I like this room. This is a super fun project. Goodbye, vendor. Anything interesting? Void vessels? I can't even... I gotta, like, keep a spreadsheet. I bet you could just Google this. I don't know what of these guys are actually useful. I think this guy is not. Void visions? Maybe, dude. I don't know. Let's try them both. Anyone got anything interesting? Who can give me money? I know the Gush dude has nitrogen, but who can give me money to buy nitrogen? That is the question. Okay, you got liquids. You want to buy oxygen. We could sell that, but we'd get $70 out of it. Goodbye. Alright, we contacted this one. We just checked out this one, he sucks. This one looks good, maybe, I don't know. Void Visions. Does it have something to do with the picture? Maybe. How does trading work? I got a gigantic trading thing, how do I use it? What if I shout nitrogen at the sun? Maybe. I told this guy to land, right? Alright, we're chilling. What up, Neff? I knew you'd come. You always, every time it's Stationeers. Doesn't matter who's playing it, you're there. Every stream I've ever seen, you're there. That's devotion. You have an impressive love for this game. Don't need to do a ton here, but even a little cleanup's nice. Let's make it look a little better. Alright, what you got, guy? Oh, you had an epiphany? What did you learn? What did you think? Nice. Okay, this guy wants some stuff. Gold and silver are both good. It just doesn't want much, but sure. I'll go get you some gold and some silver. We could do the electronic parts, maybe. Just collect some money. I think he wanted... I'll probably eat all that. He wanted some cables, too. I have like 1 billion cables. Do they need to be not hurt? Those cables are hurt. Do we have some not hurt cables? Everything is hurt? I hurt 1 cable once. And now all cables are messed up. That's messed up. Alright, he wanted gold and silver. So let's route him some gold and silver. Trader is number 7. And then we go to the gold and the silver. And we put in a bunch of both. We have infinite of both of these. We just don't want to clog the machine with too much. And maybe we want 2 machines to make that easier. Anyway, that all gets routed to the trader. We go back to neutral. Idle position. Yeah, you're good? You're good. I like that he wants 69. That's nice. That's not an accident. Okay, we'll get a little money from him. That's not so bad. We'll send him off. Phase change system, thought I had it sorted. It was slow. Tried feeding the output waste cold gas back into the input. Yeah. Made it faster and then it had a problem. Did something explode? Did you get condensation in a pipe that made it go boom? Temp in the final coolant tank stopped going down. In fact, after I stopped back feeding the input, it went up. Coolant tank was heating every night. Oh, yeah. So you want the coolant is the hot gas is going back and it's passing through each chamber on the way, but then on the way out into you don't want to go back into like where you're condensing it. You don't want to go back into your chamber. You would think that like, oh yeah, that'll be useful, but it's hotter than the outside if I remember right. That's gas you want to just spray into the environment. You have infinite gas, right? You can just pull in more at any time. You have the whole atmosphere of infinite pollution to start that system. So you don't need to save that, I think. But even if you do, I would expect that's not terrible. I imagine you could still get that like a closed loop. Yeah, so you're saying your like source coolant tank was heating at the very start where you're capturing? Am I reading that correctly? Can I bring you in? I'm guessing you don't have anything. Maybe Oasis sometimes has some things and sometimes has another. I want to find out. Can I bring you in? What if I turn the power to... It's been 10 this whole time? What does that do to my power? How long have I been running a full power large satellite? Oh my god, it doesn't even care at all. That's insane. It's like one of the biggest power hogs in the game. And it's just not a problem. The Stirling engines are filling in the gap. That's awesome. So I can just leave it at 10 for like 0 cost. My coolant tank was heating every night. No, my end tank was heating. Oh, so the coolest end was heating? The thing I was trying to cool. Gotcha. So I'm thinking maybe a couple things there. Maybe something's just a little off. I could be picturing it wrong. My guess is the gas that you pull out of the system, you need to make sure you have at least one full-speed turbo pump, if not like 5 turbo pumps. Just sucking that air out at the end. And if you add a small insulated tank for every segment, then it'll give it room to allow the pressure to build up there a little bit. It'll give it buffer. And I think the same is true for the liquid, if I remember right. You want to have a small liquid buffer. But then that helps with the whole process of moving backwards. I'm guessing you're like, you could have set it up right and then it's choking where it's not pushing the gas through the back end fast enough. It's not pulling it out that last end where it needs to be either sprayed out into the world or just condensed into the start of the system. And I might be completely misunderstanding because words are hard. My eyeballs might be able to make more sense of it. So maybe that's not helpful whatsoever. Likely. Okay, so I'm not seeing much for trading. We brought in a couple dudes. Not seeing much. The airlock is immediately extremely useful. I'm glad to have that. I think I'm gonna... Let's see. I'm gonna ignore that for now. We need to let a little time pass. Let's just go do a little bit more building, and I think it's almost Battlefield time. I want to do some Battlefield. I tried to play earlier today, and it was all bots. Let's try and play a little later in the day. Maybe it's not all bots. This has been good so far. What have we done this session? A bunch of airlocks. The entirety of this. This is all new. And already pretty far along. This is the nitrogen cooling evaporation chamber system thing that we are setting up. You're not playing Arc Raiders? I can't even remember what Arc Raiders is. I think I've had it explained to me and then I forgot. Because I wasn't going to play it. I'm pretty sure. Arc Raiders might not be nerdy enough for me, I'm guessing. Ah, you pooped out your answer. Very nice. Thank you for the sub, Awakened Few. Get it, download Sunshine, playtest weekend. I'm allergic to sunshine. Are you trying to make me touch grass? I break out in hives if I touch grass. Don't make me touch grass. How's this work? What's going on here? We're gonna have a liquid collection station. Is it right here or is it right here? It matters. I might need to check up above. We have a liquid collection station. Then we're gonna have vents. The vents for sure are gonna be somewhere like this. Let's see. This is good. So let's throw down some vents to start. Just gotta be careful not to accidentally use my jetpack here. Ooh, the vents are blocked. Okay, that doesn't really matter at all. But I liked putting them right here. Now they have to go right here. Oh. Alright. We'll make it work. Oh yeah, it's PvPvPvPvE, I remember. Nah. It's not nerdy enough. It's like shoot the people and camp the corner. Where's the assembly programming? I only play games that have assembly programming now. I remember now. Nah. I remember. Okay, so I have a bunch of vents. These need to be constructed. This is a good try, though. I thought about it, and then I remembered what it was, and it was just an immediate nah. Those games are good, but not for me. Those games are good for people who are not me. I'm more about, like, killing Kerbal Space people. And running out of oxygen. In various ways. Ooh, I can do two at once, but it needs to have the direction changed. I'm in. Alright, so we have these guys. These pump the air from one chamber into the previous chamber. For that, we need to route the pipes and add some passive vents for that to go out. Maybe even add some condensation valves, if I remember right. Or some condensation drains, some liquid drains, just in case something goes funny. Okay, so for this, I'm going to want black pipes. We're going to go out of the vacuum before we spray black. What's this even look like? These guys go up and they go into here. Should we just like come straight down? Probably not. Should probably go like over. Over this way makes sense. Even if it's down here, I think makes sense. But we might want to just go down in the wall. Is that going to work, or is that going to go through a... oh, what do you call it? A ladder. We gotta investigate. What happens if we try and run through the wall this way? No problems. Good. Okay. That's what we'll do. I like that I built these at the perfect height to be extremely obnoxious. I could have built them lower. But here we are. Do I move them? Is it that bad? I hope not. I don't think so. I think we're gonna figure this puzzle out. I think it involves jumping. Oh, fuck me. Oh, this hurts. This is the worst minigame. Oh, I got it! Oh, I didn't! Oh, I did get it. Oh my god. We're killing it right now. This is the best I can do right now. Oh, I got it. Look at me go. Look at me go. I'm doing it. Oh, oh, 2 in a row! I'm learning. Oh, clever girl. Let's just run these at the back, actually. This is the worst minigame I've ever played. Oh my god. Can we... Oh, that's so much better. Okay. Maybe this next time. I feel so dumb. Back to jumping. I want to jump. We're doing it. Come on, let's go. Oh, I got one. This makes me feel things. This makes me feel dumb and it makes me feel alive. Wow. Now that is content. That's my streamer. Look at those jump moves. He's trying not to fall in the hole. This game's difficult. Alright, where are we going? What's the next one? This one's not been done yet. I should have lights on out here or something. And it looks like we do it through the next chamber. Yep. Here we go. Just do like a 5. Is that good? That's perfect. Okay, great. 5 and a 1. And they don't get in the way. That's perfect. No jetpack. Jetpack breaks the vacuum. Okay. So those are all going. We haven't got this one yet. I think I am going to use my jetpack in here. I'm not so certain about this needing to be a vacuum. We'll see. Do I even need it? Maybe I won't use my jetpack here. I can just jump up here. No problem. Do the 5. Do the 1. There we go. Alright. What is even happening right now? So this is the air. This is coming out, and then it's going up. And I just wanted to keep it out of the airlock area. Particularly because when we open these airlocks, we're going to get absolutely blasted. It's going to be a vacuum turning into like a 5 megapascal chamber immediately. And so we might even have trouble already with like, okay, you just get slammed into a wall and your suit breaks and you die. So having less physical objects to run into is a good idea. If we could inflate a bouncy castle somewhere, that would be ideal. A big airbag might save some lives here. But I don't think that's an option. So instead we're coming out this way. And we'll go up from here. And come along this way. And we might even want to flip these. These are facing the wrong way. They don't need to face that way. Let's flip these dudes. It's gonna just waste a bunch of pipe and be more complicated than it needs to be. Let's see. You go, you go, you go, you go, you go, you go. And flip them. Oh, he's back. It's a nice bouncy whale you've got there. Okay, so this one comes up and it goes over to here. Good, so that's part of the system. So it'll pump the air out, and this is basically just buffer. So this is just buffer, so that the air doesn't get to a high enough pressure that it's going to condense. And this will connect to a passive vent on the other side into this room. And just like exchange that air into here, but try not to let it pressurize too much. We also might even want to put a liquid drain on there so that if somehow it does start condensing, it'll just spray that into this room. And then it'll evaporate again and cool it off, and that's not so bad. But we just don't want the pipes bursting, is kind of a key thing there. Let's see if we can do all of these at once, basically. We can all copy the same design. Probably straight 5 is good. Yeah, perfect. Almost. Oh, it is perfect. And then the curvy boy. Not you, though. You're a little bit too high. Can't have that. It's gotta look better. Okay, that goes there. What are you doing? We good there? Yep. Okay, these flip. Alright. So these are all connected. Whoops. Does that go out one too far? It does. Oh no. Oh, look at that. That's so messed up. I can't have that. Wait, what even is this? What the what? This is not right. This needs to not connect. What do the nerd goggles say? Zoom and enhance. What do we got going on here? I accidentally connected with the airlock supply. Airlock is pushing out this way. And this is going into the condensation chamber. This is different. So this guy needs to move slightly. Let's make sure we do not mix these lines. These are not the same line. So, well, they're similar. But, one is going back in for condensation, and the other one is part of the first chamber. I wonder what would happen if we mixed them. Probably not much. Probably be pretty okay. Going into the hottest chamber is like exactly where we'd want it to condense. But I'm gonna move this guy. Let's move it down to the side just a little bit. And even like that's pretty okay, I think. Now we can do this going up. And then out. This way, and then up, yeah. Good enough. Okay, well, I'm glad I took a look at that. I didn't realize this was like totally wrong. That would have been a problem. That would have been a not good. So we'll get that all routed correctly. Now the airlock routes down to here, and this I just need to clean up. I can't reach a lot of it, I think. Can I? Corner, maybe? If I get that floor. Oh, this is a dangerous game. It's gonna ruin a vacuum room. Why are you moving? Just chill, dude. Chill, brother. Okay, good enough. Anyway, this is the airlock air coming down, which will be condensed. Oh, I can see dripping? Oh, that's so cool! Are you dripping? What's going on? I don't understand. I want to finish what I was doing. What was I doing? Something. You gotta plug into here. That's the key. And actually, now that I think about it, these are the same, aren't they? They're literally the exact same. So this is the exhaust valve, or the exhaust vent for the first chamber. When it's too hot, too much pressure, this is exhausting gas to be sent into the condensation area. So these are the same. That's my bad entirely. And we're falling. All good. Let's go ahead and just combine these right here then. And we are good. Sounds like my tank's about to run out. Alright, are we good? Is this everything? We got the airlock comes over. We got the vent comes over. We got the gas going down. We have an extra line of pipe, probably. This is just a nothing pipe. Ooh, can I grab it? That's helpful. Okay, yeah, so this is the line. Can even finish cleaning that up. Good, that's totally cleaned up now. Good. So this will be the first chamber pushing back into condense. And I need to fix my suit. Need to carry a portable light for Twitch stream, can't see at night. Thank you. You're totally right. I forgot about that. But I remember that mattering a lot. And those aren't a well-lit area like the rest of the base. You are correct. Let's turn a light back on. Thank you for mentioning that. Probably just black screen for most of that while I'm building black stuff on black stuff. Whoops.
Hydration critical.
Thank you, thank you. Let's see. Suko here. Eat and drink. Everything is good. What about traders? Steam. Ooh, I bet they have nitrogen. More or less. Do you have ore? I'm upset that you all have ore in your name, but no one wants to buy my ore. What about an ingots, dude? Ingots sold ingots, if I remember right. Let's see what you got. Come on in. You finally got your nerd goggles? Nice! Oh, big clap. That's a game changer. I wonder, that probably like 5x's the speed of farming everything. I wonder how much time that saves. And how's the base? The base is beautiful. All the things are working. We're just growing fatter and happier and choosing what big fun project to work on. Right now, getting nitrogen set up, trying to do some trading. Got a big trade center. We can now oxygenate it. Alright, this guy sells ore. Does he buy anything interesting? He wants a heavy drill with a large battery. That's a good one, actually. Let's do that. Heavy drill, large battery. Hanger is done. Look, I got a button. I click the button, and it does all the hanger things. Just one button. Toggles it between internal, external mode. So we can now bring in the other traders, the oxygen traders, which, a fun fact, they are, it was just like a lady. It was like a biological. So they need oxygen or they die. It makes sense. They don't got a suit. They flew all the way here without a suit. Whoops. Better build them a hangar. That feels like something you'd probably want as like a requirement. If you were flying around in a spaceship all the time, you'd probably want a spacesuit. I digress. What was I doing? He wanted a heavy drill with battery. Recharging the battery. Heavy drill is here. Give me one of these go. Take off the suit. Oh no, this was my window where I watched it do stuff. Damn. So it pumped to vacuum. Now the oxygen vents turn on. Fills up with oxygen. And then it opens the door and connects it to the hab. Good stuff. How you doing? Good. Okay, we'll sell this to this dude. Wait a second for this to finish. I wonder if you can still get the exotic plants. I think I've heard the exotic plants come from like the big traders with oxygen rooms. So I think you need a similar setup. I haven't played with those at all. That could be fun. Supposedly there's like a plant to make cold, right? Cold plant would be great. Alright, you get this. Now watch this. This is the best part. Oh, it's not even gonna work. It's not even gonna work. Where's the sun? Is it daytime? I'm gonna chill in the corner for a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. Gonna run some ads to push back the ads. Let's play. I'm gonna do just a little bit more of Stationeers here. But I think it's about time to play some Battlefield. It's almost time to switch games. It's time to do some helicoptering.